Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I don't know. A good time zone is something that I hear a lot. Um, I'm really excited about today because I mean, I tweeted this, but I don't think I actually said is morning somewhere in the world exactly. I don't think I said this last time I talked about this. But this is gonna be the first ever recorded YouTube video, which is really exciting for me. I'm gonna hire an editor to clip it down and all that fun stuff. Good morning, guys. um, yeah, it's probably gonna become morning for me later, depending on how long we go, because it's 9 p.m. and I'm planning on going for 4 hours. So that's that. I am nervous because this is, like I said, the very first YouTube video that I'm recording. So wish me luck. I have a script today. And as Wayne pointed out earlier, a lot of the redeems are turned off because I want to focus more on the talk show and less of the gimmicks of the stream. So that's why that's like that. Thank you so much for the luck. So I have a script that I am mostly gonna be sticking to. Like usual though, these are gonna go off script because it's a talk show. I decided to make it a talk show instead of an interview because last time I tried to make it an interview, I went way too off script, so it makes more sense as a talk show. But yeah, I don't think I haven't read a script in a while, so I'm really nervous. But it'll be a lot of fun. I know that for sure. I'm just excited, nerve excited. That's the word I'm looking for. I'm nerve excited. That's how we're feeling right now. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I told Ace in call earlier that I think I can get the sketch done in 6 minutes. I timed myself. What I've been doing is I've been drawing with people that I've been planning on doing passion portraits for, really quickly, trying to sketch out, see how fast I can do it. And I think we're getting the time down, so we're going for 4 hours today to make sure that editing isn't hell. And after that, we'll see how it goes. I want to get faster at drawing and stuff, so I think that this is gonna help me a lot too. So without as you can probably tell, I'm stalling a little bit because I'm nervous. Okay. I'm gonna read off my script now and transition into the talk show. Thank you guys so much for coming early. I am excited and I hope you guys like what we're doing. So without further ado, pretend there's a clappy here, like a bap. Hi chat, and for the first time ever, hi YouTube. I'm Aiju, the internet's #1 magical cupid. Today we're hosting another episode of Passion Portraits with my friend, AcerolaVR. Just a disclaimer, this is our second time recording this episode because I lost the OBS file, but it gives me a wonderful excuse to talk to Ace again. Speaking of Ace, can you please... Where are you? Can you please introduce yourself? Oh, shit, hold on, wait. There we go. Can you please introduce yourself? Hi. Oh, wait. Is Discord working? Wait, it looks like Discord's broken. Where's the Discord audio? Discord audio isn't working. This is great. Where is it? Okay. We're going at it's a wonderful start. Okay. How about now? Can you hear Ace now? No, it's still not. God damn it, why isn't it working? Why do you hate me? Yeah, god damn it. Why is this not working? Can you try again? No. God damn it. Oh, what is Okay, so I go Discord properties. Faces. Yeah. Hello. It should be connected to Discord, but it's not working. Yeah. Of course we got scuff on the first ever recorded. Okay, here we go.
There we restart the recording, we can pretend like this never happened.
Yeah, we're gonna put a clapper here and pretend that this didn't happen. It's working now. I was just doing it on the wrong. Okay, yeah. Okay, starting over. Speaking of Ace,
is the bridge working? Because it says I'm sending and receiving 0.
Oh wait,
0 bits.
Now you're okay. Now the model isn't working. Oh my god, this is awful.
I want to stop and then restart the bridge.
Okay.
All right, and then is that working now?
It does.
That's what we have to do to get it to work.
It doesn't look like it.
On your end, can you stop and start?
Yeah, for sure.
Information. Yep, I see you disconnect.
And
then
join.
See,
come on. Come on, we got
this.
Any luck? No, you're still looking to the left. I'm assuming there's something very interesting over there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be over there. So, let me restart Vignon. And on OBS, I would try I guess, hiding and then showing, or maybe even just remaking the source for that.
Okay. This is awesome. This is great. Okay, cut. We're gonna cut this out. Yeah. Nothing's happening. It's going totally well. Everything is going awesome, and nothing bad is happening right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, Kuma's here. Hi, Kuma. There's no scuff going on. There you are. Hold on, let me reposition you.
Am I moving?
Yeah, you're moving.
Yeah, I wonder if that's what it just takes you to
There we go.
Stop and start it again. Hello.
Okay.
Okay. Cue me off.
Speaking of Ace, can you please introduce yourself?
I certainly can. Hi, I'm AcerolaVR. I'm a Foxplay VTuber, variety streamer, and electronics builder. I do variety streams. I get my start playing Beat Saber on Twitch before transitioning to playing other games. And a lot of what I do now is design and build electronics on stream, of which right now I'm mostly working on Slime VR trackers, full body trackers for VR and for VTubing, and microphones.
Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Hi, Ace. Welcome back to Passion Portraits. The premise for this talk show is simple. I will ask a bunch of questions related to your passions, and while we have our lovely conversation, I get the pleasure of drawing you. So to start, just like last time, what's your current favorite song?
That's a good question.
It's a hard one, I know.
I gave you something that was way too intense last time.
While you're doing that, I'll pick up my
There's yeah.
file.
Blossom V 2.0. Does a Spotify link, or should I send you?
I'm just I use YouTube, so
YouTube?
yeah.
Okay, I'll send you a YouTube link.
Thank you.
And I think my model's frozen.
I think
I'm
it's
not
frozen.
Sure why?
There's no scuff. I don't know what anyone's talking about. Oh yeah, I forgot to say thank you so much for the 4 months, Wyatt. That's very sweet of you.
Oh, that reminds me.
Oh, god damn it, not you two. God, not this shit again. We're not doing this again.
Oh, a hype train?
No!
That's crazy.
Stop! God
Good morning, Wyatt. I'm glad you could drop by early. This is actually kind of a scuff time for US viewers.
Yeah.
Who's awake at
It's like
8
8
a.m.?
a.m. for you guys.
Or if you're on the East Coast. If you're West Coast, you're straight up, like, it's 5 a.m.
5 a.m.,
Who's
yeah.
waking up? Well, you should be awake because you gotta be watching IG.
Okay, okay. Now I gotta fix the YouTube.
Yeah.
Where is that? There it is.
I
Okay.
wonder if you like close and then reopen the model, if it like resets. I think we tried that last time, it didn't work.
Okay.
I'm not sure why it freezes like that. Because now I'm looking really smug. I'm looking real smug at the audience right now.
Let's see. We'll try again. There is it. There it is. Nope, it's still frozen. Yeah, you are looking very smug at the screen.
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna start.
This is great. If it's a person on the West Coast watching, it's either they're very early bird or not gone to bed yet. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's...
it's either really early or really late for them.
Smug, eh?
My normal state of being.
Yeah. You do give angry colon 3 energy. Hi, BZ. we're still, I guess we're still setting up because Ace keeps freezing.
It was going so well. We were like,
It was going so good, and now it's just like
we've learned our lesson.
Yeah.
Thanks for following.
Here we go. There you are. Okay, here we go. And now we can also play in the background.
All right, sweet.
So.
If it freezes, I mean, I guess I don't want to interrupt your art, so we're gonna leave this as is. I've introduced myself. Should we?
Yeah.
Is that good?
Going to play the song in the
talking
background.
about the format and the song. Yeah.
Yeah. I gotta turn it down for myself too. There we go. Okay. Give me a sec. Okay, so just like last time, I'm gonna start with the general passion question. Currently, what is your biggest passion? What are you the most passionate about?
Right now, still electronics, I think.
Mhm.
I've been having a lot of fun designing and building circuits and just improving my craft there.
Mhm.
So it's been interesting thinking about the progression of my design for Slime VR trackers, or Slime VR compatible trackers, where it started off I was just building someone else's design, hand wiring them, and I found out you can actually get like custom circuits built really cheap and imported. So that saved on the hand wiring, and I was using other people's designs for that still. And where it really like sort of took off, and actually, yeah, I have a education in computer engineering, and a good bit of that was electronics design, is being able to, uncover that and relearn circuit stuff and how that works. So I made a design that was a carrier board, essentially just used like off-the-shelf parts that I just need to connect power, I need to connect data, and then that was that. And I was hand building those for a while. I made my own design for that, a Sex V1, before making a hybrid design that actually implements the actual like passive components and integrated circuits to the PCB directly.
Right. Yeah, I was in your stream a little bit ago, watching you like do a little bit of electronic stuff. I know absolutely nothing about it, so whenever you talk about like your electronics projects, I'm always like fascinated by it because it's just so much fun for me to learn about. So I'm always happy whenever I get the chance to like listen, like just watch you work on electronic stuff, because it's always just fun to watch you work. It's like just so cool.
Like I hope that it has the same appeal as the art, because when I watch you do art, I'm like, this is really cool. And maybe it's the same sense of like, I don't get it, I don't understand all the brain work and dexterity that goes into how you're apparently going to accomplish this sketch in 6 minutes.
I'm gonna try my best. But yeah, I think I mean, I can't speak for art because am clearly doing it, so I kind of understand it, and like when I watch it, I can kind of be like, oh yeah, this is like what you're doing, like this is the part of the process that you're on, this is how this works. But like when it comes to like you doing your circuitry and like Ani doing music production, I love just watching people do the stuff that they're interested in, which is like a big part of like the inspiration for passion portraits in the first place, is just like, tell me all about the stuff that you're like super into. I want to know everything. So it's a good wait, sorry, that's the wrong playlist. It's a very good introduction to all these different things for me, because like I get to experience through these interviews like all the different ways to like all these different interests that people have. I've been like doing a lot of calls, like setting up additional passion portraits for the future, of like trying to understand what people are interested in. Like with you, like you make specific content about like tech and stuff, so it was really easy to be like, ah, yes, I know Ace. He do tech thing. I can ask about tech thing. But it's really fun to just like figure things out about people, like what they're interested in. So I definitely like the thing you said about it's probably like art. Like I think that's a very good hypothesis. Sorry, I rambled.
Huh? No, you're fine. And just mentioning that, and do you have like any people that you'd like to do passion portraits for, like with a interesting, lesser known hobby? Like I remember there's like a VTuber that I watched. They make dice on stream. They'll
right,
like
yeah. I
have
love
pasted
I
the
love
blanks
dice.
on resin and like be grinding on stream and then like something like that, right? And, like it's really cool how people filter their interests
Mhm.
and are able to develop their interests through streaming and VTubing. Because I
Yeah.
have to say, I would not be as into electronics design if not for me being in the space and seeing how what I make intersects with streaming, right? Like I
Yeah.
make streaming and like gaming adjacent peripherals. At least I that's my main stuff. I'm like kind of branching out right now. But yeah, is there anyone you have slated that you find really that has an interesting niche passion?
I mean, a lot of the people that I've interviewed so far are I mean, like not interviewed, but, like asked about like what they're interested in, have been fellow artists and like mostly gaming VTubers, which is like totally like my audience right now, because I just kind of want to talk with my mutuals to be like, hey, these are people that I'm comfortable with. Let's start this project out with people that I know and then branch out from there. So it's like for me, it's a little bit of like just what games are you interested in? What are you doing right now? Like what are you passionate about in VTubing? Are you working on any projects? But other than that, it's a lot of I think the people that I like ideally would really want to like have on passion portraits are people that do that kind of like dice making stuff, or like cooking streams, or like stuff that I don't know as much about. But I think for right now I'm gonna focus on like my fellow artists, because I feel like I can hold a conversation about art for forever.
And yeah, it makes a lot of sense, right? You have that intersect
Mm-hmm,
where
mm-hmm.
you can talk craft and
Yeah.
be able to bounce ideas there.
Yeah, I think that's why every conversation that I have with you is very interesting, because I mean, I've been talking a lot about how I want to get into 3D modeling, and like the tech behind 3D modeling is also like a part of that. So I think I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if subconsciously you had some sort of impact on the fact that I want to go and learn how to be 3D model.
I mean, if that's the case, number one, you're gonna be way better than me very quickly. I'm not much of a 3D modeler.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've played around with it and I've done like my own model edits. Like the
Mm-hmm.
clothes and the ears I added to the model myself. And I mean that's how I got my start. Was I started as a flesh tuber, as they
Mm-hmm.
say.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, real quick, flesh tuber or meat tuber? Which one do you think describes people that use a camera more?
I think flesh tuber fits a little bit better than meat tuber.
I think so, and a little less disconcerting.
Yeah, because we're not made of flesh; we're made of pixels. Two different things.
I mean, in real life? Oh, I guess on the camera, right? the I want to.
No, I mean, I'm made of pixels. I don't know about you.
I'm made of I guess if we're talking about our models, a 3D model would be made of
faces, right?
Polygons.
Yeah.
And faces. And then being converted to pixels to be beamed into your eyes on screen.
I would say FlashTuber, yeah. So yeah,
I do remember the hand.
Yes, I'm gonna remember the hand this time. I'm just copy and pasting.
Yes.
No, I won't. I'm gonna forget about it. Okay. Speaking of VTubing,
be, like, zone out and it's already gonna be done.
Yeah. But I'm not that fast. It's not gonna happen that quickly. Speaking of VTubing though, that's a wonderful segue into the next part, same as last time. I guess since you already talked a little bit about your VTuber journey last time, oh man, I don't know what questions I want to re-ask you.
Whatever you want.
I guess yeah, you can start by like telling the story of like how you started and got into VTubing, and then we can go from there because it's a good baseline for everybody to have.
Yeah, so I actually, like, the month of April, this is my 4-year streaming anniversary. It feels weird to say that because I've been like on and off, especially recently. But 4 years ago, I actually got my start playing Beat Saber on stream, but I didn't have a VTuber model or a 3D model at all. I did the mixed reality thing, or just first-person streams, where I used an Xbox Kinect with the depth sensor to remove the background, right? So in mixed reality for Beat Saber, most people, if you want a really good setup, will green screen their entire space in order to, chroma key out the background and then impose themselves in the game.
Right.
And so yeah, there's a streamer that I collabed with, Miss Honey Peaches. She painted an entire room of their house green.
Oh, that's crazy.
Like green floor mats, painted the walls green, painted the doors green, and it looks really good. It's a very like slick setup for mixed reality. But I'm not that hardcore. I just have my bedroom. I don't want to paint my bedroom all green. So that's how I start. And I guess I was sort of my first foray into like using, interesting tech in order to execute on a stream. But into VTubing, about a year later, is when Slime VR kind of started to pop off, where the project got a lot of money and people were, building their own trackers during COVID. So getting electronics was very hard, and they were heavily delayed in the shipping out the official units. So I built my own slime trackers. I'm like, well, I have the slime trackers. I ought to have a model, right?
Right.
So a friend who made V-Ray models made a Catboy made model for me, actually. Like, they were like a Catboy initially. And that's when I got my model, and that's when I was able to use my trackers with that. And that's actually when I learned a lot about, if you're making a 3D model and you're doing full body with it, make it match your IRL proportions. Not just your height, but like the relative limb length and leg length and torso length is all important to get really good tracking. I learned that when, Vroid default models are these super weird, lanky looking.
Yeah, like, they are super lanky.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I got the model, and that's when I really felt like, okay, I can step into this, right? And that's when I started to make my own model, Acerola V1, and the ball kept rolling from there. Like, just basically VRoid model into adding like features like ears and tails, into adding outfits, and learning a lot about like 3D in the process. So it's always been like an intersection of, I have this interest of, I want to build stuff, and I have the technology to capture, my IRL movements and proportions and put into a model. And that's why I've been really into 3D, because it's like you have the whole body involved.
Right.
And it's developed from there.
I think that's the big reason why I'm really excited to learn 3D is I am somebody that is really super like, I love to be expressive IRL, and I don't feel like 2D can really fully like express that. like I know there's ways like with hand tracking and all that kind of stuff, but I feel like just like with the 3D model, you can like do so much more with your like integration with the real like IRL to streaming. I feel like is a lot easier.
I think so.
Yeah.
And that's why I picked 3D as well. Is like,
Mhm.
there's a whole 2D is really popular and has
Mhm.
been popular because to become anime, right?
Mhm.
Anime is 2D naturally, and it's really interesting to be able to map your movements to
Mhm.
a picture essentially. But 3D is really versatile. Where, like I said, I did Beat Saber in VR,
Mhm.
so the 3D model naturally translates to that, and it can like, right now we're using it for flat screen gaming, right, or
Mhm.
like flat screen streams. It works for that. It'll work for 3D animations, right?
Mhm.
3D models are very versatile, and being a part-time VTuber where I don't have the money and the time to invest into multiple kinds of models,
Mhm.
this made sense for me.
Yeah.
Also, are these things you sell for 3D? Yes. I have Ace. That's my custom design for Slime VR compatible full
Mhm.
body trackers, and yep, sell them on my Ko-fi.
I gotta get my hands on some, cause
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, actually, okay. I think you'd be the perfect person for this. I'm
Mhm.
actually making a V3,
Ooh.
and it's gonna have a better processor, better sensor. I'm doing like a really small run because I have to hand
Mhm.
assemble these
Right.
like completely, right?
Mhm.
But I would love to have you be one of the few people that have this like kind of
Oh my god, can I
special
be the guinea
special run.
pig? You're the
What's
lab
up?
experiment. Can I be your lab experiment?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'd love you to be if you are interested.
Yes, of course, always. I
All
like
right.
it's not a secret that I'm working on 3D VTuber modeling this summer. That's like my big project. Um, the new prototype test run. I would love to help you out with that. Oh my god, that would be such an honor. Um, yeah, because I am learning 3D modeling. That's my goal. So being able to
And
do that would be so cool.
we can trade. We can trade. We do a little trade. I get you these sort of real nice souped up sensors,
Mhm.
these
Mhm.
trackers, and then
Mhm.
you can I love some art, maybe some 3D work even.
Oh my god, I'd love to. Oh my god, I'd love to. I'd love to. I heard through the grapevine that you are going to get maybe a new outfit or something. Is that true? Did I
Yeah,
hear
well,
right?
I'm supposed to do that like real soon. I've been putting it off because that was like back in January. Do you
Mhm.
want to do it?
I don't know if I
That
can
would take
3D
too
model
long. I
it, but
can't
I
keep
would.
people.
But I would love to design for you if you would let me design for you.
True. Yeah, yeah. And if you have like just general like design work would be cool. I'd love to. Yeah, just
I mean, you've seen my secret design work. You know what I can.
I've
You
seen
know what
secret
I can
design
do.
work. Yeah, I had a really Oh well, no, I'll mention it here. W- One really cool thing because it's kind of what you're doing, where you're like have alt versions,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm. My
And
AUs.
sort of how
Yeah.
to say
My secret AUs.
like AU stuff.
Yeah.
And one of the ideas I had for like a Halloween horror sort of deal with Acerola is I have the cyborg arm, but I
Uh-huh.
had initially actually how here the timeline of that was I had an idea for Halloween like spooky
Mhm.
Acerola
Mhm. Mhm.
where it's like mostly robotic parts, right?
Ooh, that sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, but then like it would be crazy work like that. Like 3D modeling that, it's simply not something that be easy to do
Oh
without
yeah. No,
essentially
that sounds like
making it all
hell.
custom, right? Like a kind of like the Kalkane, the sort of spooky Miku.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
You know that one? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I've done some stuff like that in the past. That sounds like
I
a lot
think
of
it's sick.
fun.
And a lot of work, and I simply do not have the time for that.
Yeah.
And yeah, from that design, actually, the robot hand. I can show it on screen real quick.
Yeah. Show
So
off your
yeah,
mechanical
this
hand
hand,
that I'm definitely gonna forget
the
about.
mechanical hand. Oh yeah, we're showing it now so you don't forget. Don't ask why this keeps coming up. But yeah, that was sort of a design carryover where oh wait, it actually makes a lot of thematic sense for me
Mhm.
to bring that over
Wait, that's a
to
perfect
the main
segue.
model. Yeah,
What
but do you have
inspired?
anything on your mind before?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I feel like we're hopping around a lot. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's why I made
I
it a
want to make
talk
sure you're getting
show.
all your thoughts out
That's
too.
why I made it a talk show and not an interview,
Word.
because this format is much better as a talk show than an interview.
Okay, yeah, I know exactly what you're gonna ask next.
What are the inspirations for your designs? For your design?
Yeah, well, let me tell you. So, it's a mixture of just like being pragmatic and then also, taking design elements from stuff that's important to me. So the coloring on the hair and the eyes is actually the colors they're used in Beat Saber. So blue on the right, red on the left, and then the hair, sort of the purplish indigo, is the background color. So if you've ever watched me play Beat Saber, like it's literally the same hex codes I use for my saber and background color, like just on my model.
I love Beat
So
Saber. I clocked
so
that
good.
pretty,
I gotta
like,
get you hooked up and set up for that.
I know. I don't think I'm gonna be able to have my 3D model done before October, but in October, oh my god, imagine doing all like a bunch of spooky Beat Saber games.
Oh yeah,
And
that'd be sick.
I'm gonna have Kuma find me a bunch of horror games that I can play that'll make me cry a little bit, because I think it'd be funny. Cause what
I
more?
mean, if you think it'd be funny.
Yeah, cause people love to
That's
watch
content,
people
baby.
cry. Yeah, yes I will. Exactly. I'm gonna
Let's go.
put you on a job for me. Yeah, I whenever, literally every single time that I see red and blue, my first thought is be scared. Oh fuck, Kuma, what do you plan for me?
The opposite of an angel, true devil behavior, not be not afraid, be scared.
Be scared. That would be awesome. I think that watching me freak out is gonna be funny. Because I do jump, and having a 3D model for that, you will actually see how far I jump when I get scared. Yeah, every single time that I see red and blue now, I think of Beat Saber, just because I've played it. I've played it so much. Just like throughout like high school, it was like a big thing for me. Just because, like, I mean, that's when. Sorry, I don't want to make you feel old, but I was in high school when lockdown happened, like sophomore year of high school.
That's just how
age
works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was playing a lot of Beat Saber, because like I wanted to be able to like move around, and my VR headset was a very big like thing for me. So it was a really easy way for me to like just play around.
Oh, yeah. Like that. And that's how I got into VR, actually, was I wanted to get into it for like fitness reasons. To like, I was very sedentary before, but it helped me get up and active, and actually got like maybe not the best shape of my life, but like the lightest I had been for a while.
Yeah.
Because I just would play like 2 hours of Beat Saber every other day.
Yeah.
And
that's really real.
So good.
All the ducking and the wailing your arms around is a good workout. Hey, maybe I should get back on that.
There are clips on my stream where my heart rate hits, and my PT doctor friend said this is probably too high. 206 beats per minute.
What the fuck? that's crazy.
Yeah, they're like, they did the math. They're like, that's too much for your age. And I'm like, oh. And someone actually messaged me. They have my my trackers, my VR trackers, and they were like, I love full body, and like using your trackers help me get in like really good shape. I'm like,
yeah,
that makes me feel good, because not only like are they just enjoying them, but they're actually like,
it's a health thing too.
Yeah,
that's really awesome. I can't really improve people's lives through art.
Oh, you can though, right? And it's not in like the way where, oh, I've literally made you like a more active, healthy person. Actually, no, maybe you even could, right? Maybe if you know how people have the like at the gym, like their home gym, they'll have a poster or something that's a motivational thing. What if you drew like a person really swole and they're like, I want to be that. Oh, that's gonna be me.
That's actually really funny. I should do a gym inspiration commission.
Yeah, that'd be tight actually. You can't underestimate your abilities and impact. I think you could do something with that.
I don't know. Drawing musculature is still something that I'm studying. I'm That's the other thing I'm working on over the summer is
good for you, good
study.
for the other person.
Yeah. I feel really weird about, I don't know if you can relate to this because your style of commission is a lot different than mine, but like I feel really weird about commissioning, like offering commissions for something that I'm not like entirely confident in, and I'm like so self-conscious about my art, so it like really takes me a lot to do like illustrative commissions for people because I'm like, I'd love to do that, but I don't know if I'm the right person for you because I don't know, like I don't know if that translates at all to tech. Is that
No, because and that's something that I've talked with other people about, and that like I've thought about where, yeah, for me, I have a design and people buy the thing and they get exactly what they asked for, right?
Yeah.
Where, and it's just after I do the actual circuit design and I have the finished product, nothing really changes from there for like an individual, except rarely I don't advertise it. I will do like custom colors. So if you want your set in like, IG colors, I'll make it like that.
That'd be awesome.
So your face light up. Yeah, let's go. So
that'd be so cool.
It's I guess the consequences of that is that it's really easy for me where I can just build it, it turns fast. I don't really have to, there's not a lot of like the same process with an artist where you have to think about how do I execute on this person's vision, right? And what they ask for it and make sure they're happy with their commission.
Yeah.
Right. On my end, it's more like they get it and I have to provide support where I have to fulfill warranty orders. I have to troubleshoot for them sometimes. So those are the things I have to deal with where artists have to, during the process of drawing, send sketches, get feedback, right? And I guess one interesting thing that I guess see the other consequence of me doing hardware versus doing art is that I find, and it makes sense, right? I provide them a product, they get it. That people who do art end up getting, it's more polarized. They get a lot better praise and a lot better, like the people who get arts will help promote the artist and and credit them a lot because that's good etiquette. While a lot of times I felt, and it might just be in my head that people won't, if their streamer don't credit me, trackers from this place, and this is fine, right? Like I understand it's a product, they get it, they don't have to advertise it the same way that they would if they got art from an artist. And then the other end is that no one will ask me for trackers for free, or much more rare than people trying to be like, hey, draw my design, please. I'll pay you in
exposure.
What is it? Yeah, exposure. And yeah, so it's like it's different, right? And they're sort of parallels, and they're places where it diverges. And I admire artists a lot for being able to, like, people who do comms.
Yeah.
Because I can't imagine, like, for me, I'm already kind of, if I had to sort of change the way it operates in order to, satisfy other people's like designs or whims, I'm just like, I don't have the sauce for that. It'd be too much for my brain.
Yeah. I don't really talk about like my like personal like mentality stuff a lot, but I have like really bad rejection sensitivity dysphoria, which makes commissions like really rough if they don't like something. I take it like very personally, and I know this about myself, so I like do my best to like calm down, like do all these things for my mental before I like continue working on the thing. But at the same time, it's like really rough when even like the little edit is like, oh, do they even like my work? Like blah 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 blah. My brain goes like crazy and all that stuff. Like it's definitely something that I struggle with personally, but I think it's eventually like the logical part of my brain is like, I want them to change as much of my art as they want to for them to like it as much as they possibly can. Like, I would much rather them, like, have me change everything than not change anything and, like, hate it and not use it or whatever, you know? Like, I think that's the trade-off of doing, like physical goods versus like something creative is you got to balance the like personal and the customer's opinion with like art commissions, but not so much in like a physical good. It kind of lands in niche market tech items versus broad platformers of an artist. Yeah, like I feel like every VTuber can use art in some way, but not every VTuber has a 3D model also. So that definitely also impacts the
True.
the
I do
market.
microphones and
every VTuber.
I mean, I guess all
almost every
streamers
VTuber.
do those, but
yeah.
But you know, people, yeah, it's XLR getting to that can be tricky for some people.
Mhm.
But on the topic of art, I was curious. Yeah, do you prefer like skeb stuff then, where you have more like creative control over it, and people kind of go to you for your style, but you have that you're handling it, or you prefer getting the feedback from the clients and trying to execute on their vision?
That's a good question. I think for my mental prefers like for like just making stuff. I definitely prefer skebs, but the little devil inside of my brain that craves praise really wants people to like my artwork. So I end up, even on my skebs, as you probably know, I will still send whips and be like, "Do you like it? Please tell me you like it. Please tell me you like it." If not, what can I change? Which sucks, because it's like that's the whole point of a skeb, is to not do that. And then I end up just doing like a normal illustrative commission. So I probably should stop like advertising skebs. But yeah.
And yeah, sometimes people will do like skeb like, where it's whatever, don't. I wonder if people who get skebs, and then if you reach out to them and be like, "How's this look?" and they're like, "I thought I wasn't supposed to."
Yeah, I know, right? It's like,
or they're like, "Actually, it's really nice to be able to like get feedback on it, right?" And that's just something that's like on a client by client basis, where if I'm paying less for a skeb because naturally less money, I have less feedback in the thing, but I'm still getting like sketches and getting feedback. I'm like, I didn't pay for this, but this is nice. But everyone's different.
I think I'm really annoying to commission because I try to make friends with every single person that commissions me. I'll just like DM them, be like, hey, I love your character. Oh my god, I love drawing this. This drawing is so much fun. We should like, oh my god, like totally. Also, if you wanted to hang out sometime, that would be fun too, wouldn't it? like every single time that I commission someone, and every single time that I get a commission, I try to turn it into a, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we hung out sometime? Like we should totally talk.
Thinking about that, it's like if someone bought chat for me, like, hey, add me on VR chat, and it's one of those things where for me, I don't want to, it's like a professional relationship where I was like, I want to build you this thing, and I hope you like the thing. Also, I'm just not on VR chat that often.
Yeah.
So, and it's just like I mean, that's how you and Ani met, right? That you did that, essentially.
Yeah, and she's like one of my closest VTuber friends now, so it's like, it works. It works. So every single time that I commission someone, or every single time that I get a commission, I start my DM chain with, please excuse my unprofessionalism, but I'm hoping to build a relationship eventually beyond the art commission. If that makes you uncomfortable, please tell me. Otherwise, I'm gonna like yap at you.
Like, if you're respectful about it, then
Because I know some people,
and you're great, right? Like, I'm really like we met through other means, but I think that would be pretty endearing, and especially if the people like your art, and I mean, for self-serving purposes, maybe they commission you more. If like y'all are friendly, I'm gonna commission you more.
Oh,
even though
stop!
I'm getting art drawn of me for free.
Yeah, no, I doodle my friends way too often, and like that's the thing with I guess kind of transitioning to our topic about like fears in VTubing is like, one of my fears is like disingenuous people, because like a lot of my content is, or like at least on Twitter, is like, hey, interact with me and I'll draw you, or I draw all my friends, let's be friends, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I was talking with Ani about this of like, make sure that, you know, you don't get the people that only want to be your friend for free stuff. So, which like I totally understand it is a valid concern and it is something that I'm worried about of like, who
Yeah.
just wants to be my friend for free art and who's like actually thinks I'm cool, right? It's a really like delicate thing to navigate. I think that's one of my VTuber fears is people that just want stuff from me. I think,
Yeah,
yeah.
and it's like the first thing that came to mind for me is people who, you know, when people go out and eat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if someone goes in with the expectation, oh, this person's gonna pay for it, and
Mm-hmm.
maybe they were like, you want to take advantage of that and buy real, they'll buy all the drinks, they'll buy
Mm-hmm.
half, they'll buy like an expensive entree, and you know, there are people who will take advantage of other people's kindness.
Yeah.
And in that situation, like, hey, maybe the better thing to do there is people don't know going in, and then it just happens. Someone's like, I got it right at the end of the meal. They're like, I can cover it. And it's just like, wow, like the person got what they were already gonna get, but then they didn't. They had a nice thing happen to them where it's like, oh, someone's covering my meal. I didn't expect that. And
Speaking.
yeah, where
Sorry.
what's up?
Sorry. Speaking of secret surprises, let's see if I can find it. Something that I have been working on, not to derail my own work here, but something that I've been working on is I want to do like fan designs for VTubers because I love character and clothing designing. So I may or may not have started on something for you.
For me?
Yeah. Maybe. So this I don't know if you know what Tenchi Kaiwai is, which is like a J fashion angel, like cyber angel basically. I thought it'd be funny if I made cyber angel Acerola. So that's what this is.
What is this?
Yeah. So outfit design work in progress for my dear friend here.
Oh, sleeves.
I mixed Tenchi Kaiwai with Kimono Lolita, which is just like Lolita based off of traditional kimono. And that's how we got here. Little work in progress of something that I was making. So like stuff like this, where it's like, yeah, I'm just like working on stuff for my friends. I'm glad chat likes it. But I mean like just stuff like that, where it's like what? I just do stuff like out of nowhere for friends, just like I'm bored, I'm gonna do art for people. Yeah. Like
that was really good. What the heck? That looked really good.
That's why I got excited when you said, "Oh yeah, you can do maybe design work." I was like, "Oh, Ace is not ready for the thing we already have."
You are 3 steps ahead already. What the heck? Yeah, you're gonna get those trackers. You're gonna love those trackers.
Amazing line art, thank you. I'm actually really surprised that the line art is going so good. I usually struggle a lot with line art.
You got that sketch done quick, and I always love how fluffy you draw my hair.
I love drawing your hair fluffy because you're fluffy. In my brain, you're like, I wanna like shush you like I would a bear. Sorry, Kuma and I were talking about bears. Yeah, Kuma and I were talking about bears like within the hour.
They can maul you.
Yeah, but they're cute.
They also look like the way they do. And I remember seeing a tweet. Someone's like, if I were getting mauled, I'd sneak a pet in.
Yeah, exactly. I want to pet a bear so bad. I feel like brown bears bears are so rounded. Exactly.
Have you ever seen a hairless bear?
I have. They're so silly looking.
It's kind of scary. That's a little spooky. And then like with the hair though, it's like, aw. Oh, who wants scritches?
The bear does. But, yeah. Scritch the bear.
VTuber fears. The spooky.
Like, yeah, nervous. The music doesn't really match VTuber fears. But like I feel like it's important, at least like something that I like to do in my real life is just be open about like the things that I struggle with, because like people that get it, and people that don't, they don't have to. So it's like being able to like talk about this kind of stuff for people that are going through it is like a huge thing, I think. Like I said, yeah, I'm afraid of disingenuine people, and it's a something to be like mindful of.
Yeah.
I feel like any creative is afraid of failure or stagnation, like not being able to improve on their craft anymore. I feel like that's a very common thing. I was wondering if you had anything else personal that you would talk about.
To stagnating. On the topic of like fears and like worrying about
Mhm.
other people, is that VTubing can be a weird space, and streaming in general, where simultaneously people feel like they're competing with one another because we're all in the same space, and
Mhm.
sometimes people have what would be considered overlapping audiences. They're trying
Mhm.
to go after that same group of people for viewers.
Mhm.
But also simultaneously, it's like a social space, right? Where people are here to meet other people, to make friends. So there can be, you know, people like duplicity
Mhm.
and people trying to just like climb over one another to get to the top.
Yeah.
But in the small, it's like coming from someone who's been around for like 4 years, is that
Mhm.
I've met, you know, mostly plenty of wonderful, nice people,
Mhm.
and there have been people who don't pass the vibe check, or people
Mhm.
who are, cloud chasing too much, or
Mhm.
people who are too content brained.
Mhm.
But meeting those people who one would consider like, unkind
Mhm.
or duplicitous, that I've never regretted reaching out to someone or being nice to someone,
Mhm.
and then, that I'd prefer to still be outgoing and reach out to people, even
Mhm.
if I've been scorned sometimes,
Mhm.
because I can't let those experiences ruin, what would be a good thing
Yeah.
in meeting people and befriending people
Mhm.
and,
I feel like I've talked
finding other cool people in space.
I feel like I've talked about like kind of this idea like a couple of times of like keeping your whimsy, which is like something that's super important to me. Like I feel like ever since COVID, like every single person has been getting more depressed. Like that's just like a universal thing. Like I feel the isolation from that really started to like impact people's mental, which is like understandable. Like being able to not talk to people for like a year is going to do that, right? But I think that the most important thing that I've found that like has helped me a lot is just like holding on to as much whimsy, like childhood whimsy as you possibly can. I'm a little bit afraid of being like considered like childish, like with all my like interests and stuff. But I think it's like so much more important to like just have fun than like care about like all of these things. And like with people, like I've had some weirdos that have come into chat and like be weird as hell. Like it's something that you kind of just like have to move on from to like I said, keep your whimsy. Or that's like my motto or my version of what you're saying.
Yeah, be yourself, right? And there
Yeah.
are people who are like, I'd rather be mature and,
Mhm.
you know, they'll put that behind.
Mhm.
And I think that's equally valid, but
Yeah.
to each their own. Like, I'm sorry that if people have already like giving you trouble for, expressing yourself how's most comfortable.
Yeah. I
Because
feel
yeah, they're
yeah.
like have that whimsy. The,
Mhm.
the the
Mhm. Mhm.
world has like good in it,
Mhm.
and I can't imagine being super serious all the time.
I know it
And
sounds tiring and boring. Okay. That's a okay. It's a good time for another question, I guess. Oh, here's one from my list. Um, now that some time has passed, I can ask this question again. Um,
yeah,
uh, what are the next projects that you're working on for your VTubing journey? Like, what I know debut is still coming up, but how's that going? Check. This is
gotcha.
your
Yeah,
ID checkpoint.
and it's good because I got to refresh on this because I had my so like I said, this month's my anniversary. For earlier this month, I
Mhm.
actually kind of gave a check-in to go over what I've been working on and what
Mhm.
my plans are. Very near term for my 1,500 follower goal, I said to do Femboy Hooters Acerola. So I have stuff that is already done and ready for
Mhm.
that, but I have stuff that I still need to lay in place so that hopefully by the end of the month I can do a little fun stream
Mhm.
for my affiliate anniversary of that.
That's so fun.
Ooh, I hope people like it. It's like it's been in the works for a while. So yeah. Debut, like you said,
Mm,
where I had the plan laid out. I just had to put it on pause for a while because I was finishing school and
mhm,
then I had
mhm.
like life stuff come up, and it's been like a very like tricky time where I have to prioritize other stuff. And it's
Mhm.
weird because things have kind of changed from the initial plans in terms of like I'm like a l- I feel like a different person, and my
Yeah.
VTuber journey has progressed in ways where it's like some stuff still sticks, some stuff still like may not be as applicable. Like Beat
Mhm.
Saber was a big component
Mhm.
of like the initial lore and debut stuff,
Mhm.
but it still matters and can be refactored.
Mhm.
So that's still in progress, and I'm working on more hardware. So I talked last. I have a design for gloves
Mhm.
where one of the big hurdles for 3D VTubing and just 3D presence in general is finger tracking.
Yeah.
The sensors, like Slime VR works using rotational sensors on your body,
Mhm.
right? They're essentially on each joint.
Mhm.
Your hands have a lot of joints in them.
Yeah.
So it's really tricky to like get sensors to track every joint in your hand.
Mhm.
Or there's a flex sensor where it can track flex, but those are very expensive at
Mhm.
nearly $10 a piece. And you have 10 digits, so that's $100
Just for
just
your
in the
hands.
sensors for your hands,
Yeah.
right? So I've been looking at different designs, and I'm really close to getting a prototype for VR gloves.
Mhm.
The tech is there. Last we talked,
Mhm.
it was very much in its like infancy as far as the open source software and designs for
Mhm.
doing
Mhm.
gloves.
Mhm. Mhm.
But
Mhm.
Slime has their own design and people have making their own, and it's moved along enough where I could probably today, if I had everything ready, make gloves that work directly in Slime VR that will give me finger tracking.
That's so cool. That's one of the coolest thing about 3D models for me is like whenever they can do like hand stuff. Like I love watching like super expressive people working through 3D. So that's definitely something that I would want to um get my get my hands on.
It it's if you pay attention, especially,
Mhm.
it's something that's clear in the corporate VTubers
Mhm.
that um with full 3D body tracking, people have their own body language,
Mhm. Mhm.
right?
Mhm. Mhm.
I was watching a Cronies 3D debut,
Mhm.
and there were like multiple cronies on screen because they're doing like this little little talent show thing. It was cute.
Mhm.
And I was like, how do they do that? And the body language, I'm like, they're all crony. They probably did like
Yeah.
the performance capture separately because it's just like you can tell by the way she moves that it's crony.
Yeah, that's yeah, I love body language. I think that it's so interesting to watch people like either like further their own body language like by like acting more animated and express themselves more, which is kind of like what live 2D puppeting is. It's just you but more, right? Like doing that
Yeah,
in 3D is just so cool and so fun to me. Like I really want to get my hands on it and like dig into all
I
the
got you.
possibilities.
Yeah, and that made me think about how with live 2D, right, you're capturing
Mhm.
your real time performance, but a lot of that's being filtered through an artist's interpretation, right?
Mhm.
Where the way a live 2D model moves is like I'm not sure what the ratio is. It probably depends on how it's rigged. It depends on how the person's capture is, like the performance is.
Mhm.
And if I rig my eyes to bounce a certain way, or rig like the
Mhm.
the body to move certain ways, and people actually rig, you know, one person's motion in real life can map very differently to different models.
Oh yeah,
With
for
3D, it's
sure.
just like it should be really close to one,
Mhm.
right? If I move my arm a certain way, if the model is at least somewhat proportionally similar to me, it'll move that way.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I think that's a little bit of the challenge of comparing like okay, sorry, let me think about the way that I want to phrase this. I think that's the challenge of the like pipeline that a VTube like live 2D VTuber model goes through. Like it goes from the 2D artist to the rigger and then back to the performer. Like for me, I didn't know anything about like VTuber expressions, so everything was done by my rigger. If I'm like literally contacting him being like, "Hey, I want more mouth shapes. Can I commission you just for like more expressions and stuff?" Cuz like as for me, I didn't know that stuff existed in the first place, but like you're limited by the art and the rigging, so there's a lot more things that limit your expression. Like I can be moving my body and my model won't move the same way that I do. I have motor tics that I want to show off as part of like who I am that I can't really show with a 2D model because of the physics. Like it smooths out my tics, which is like makes sense for people. Like you don't want like a sudden jerking movement unless it's like something that you want to like highlight. So I think that like being that's a big part of why I want to be able to do my own models and stuff is because like it'll be all controlled by me of like the parameters and the physics and blah 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 blah. Like I want to be able to like have like the control over every single little itty bitty piece of it.
Yeah. And I can see someone equally wanting like, oh, they have ticks and they might not necessarily want to have it come across in the model. And it's
Yeah.
like a personal preference thing.
Mhm.
It's something you have to work with the artists
Mhm.
involved to, it's art. It's
Mhm.
like how are you gonna do this?
Yeah, I definitely I agree. For some people, it's a lot more of a personal thing to like. I don't want to talk about this, so I'd rather it be smoothed out and like not noticeable. For me, like it's like part of myself, and I want to be able to like showcase that because I want to be as authentic as possible as I can. Because like for me, living authentically and having other people view you as who you are authentically is a big part of like making other people feel comfortable with who they are, because like that's kind of like me and my gender thing is like I saw other people existing in a way similar to what I wanted to be, and then I just like assimilated that into myself. So if I could like help people like feel a little bit more comfortable with who they are, I feel like that would be really cool.
Yeah. And VTubing's. I find it exhausting to be anyone but myself,
Mhm.
right? Which I think intuitively makes sense to me.
Mhm.
It- and VTubing can be a way where it's a bit odd because we're being filtered through a model,
Mhm.
but at the same time, right? I remember when I started VTubing, one of my friends who knew me for a while, like as a flesh tuber,
Mhm.
was like, you just seem more charismatic, like you're more natural,
Mhm.
like with your model, right? So it's simultaneously like I want to capture my IRL like performance and like
Mhm.
who I am, but also it can be for a lot of people a way to actually be more authentic.
Mhm. 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 I like Aiju is me. I am Aiju. There's like I I don't talk a lot about like who I am IRL because like I feel like I mean I am
There's a gap.
Aiju. I like refer to myself as you in my brain sometimes, and I talk like this IRL. I hate the whole like real voice versus fake voice thing as a genderqueer person who has multiple different like expressions of their voice and gender, because like there is no real voice or real or fake anything. When I'm being myself, it's just like whatever you get is who I am, right? It's like I feel like VTubing is a really good way for me to just express um that, and which is why I'm excited to like learn how to do my own model so I can like express all of the different variations of myself. Cuz like you can't change yourself as easily like IRL than you can with like an avatar online with like some silly pixels. I don't know if you have anything to add on to that thought.
I think you got it.
Mhm. Okay. Uh I think the last couple of questions. Hold on, let me find the right question list first of all. um, yeah, that's the thing about having a bunch of notes is sometimes you'll go out of order, so I gotta find what else I have. Um,
We've segued too far.
Oh yeah, okay. This is something that I thought was interesting about our last conversation. You said something about wanting to talk about VTuber financing. Was that, am I remembering that
Oh
correctly?
yeah, just like the money that goes into it,
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
like I've gotten, you know, the whole gamut of people trying to get into it for free or
Mhm.
what they already
Mhm.
have
Mhm.
versus people who spend like 5 figures on their VTubing journey,
Mhm. Yeah,
right?
so I guess,
And
yeah, just floor open, talk,
okay,
do your thing.
that it you you will get the whole gambit of advice where people will say, "Oh, getting a really high quality, like very expensive model will guarantee success," or "No, it
Mhm.
won't," or "You can get served for free," or people can actually succeed if they are using like a PNG model and or pre-made assets. And oh, you can get into VTubing for free, or no, you have to spend a lot of money because it's
Mhm. Mhm.
this,
Mhm.
and this. It's so tricky, and for me, right, it is a hobby,
Mhm.
and I actually was really lucky that through electronic stuff, I was able to cash flow, right?
Mhm.
Like, if you get into the space and you're essentially just streaming, if you're not doing anything on the side, especially
Mhm.
early on, because you do art and you're getting money for that.
Sure. Yeah, we'll say that.
I mean, like people are paying you to like do comms, right?
Mhm. Mhm. Like
Yeah.
2 people so
And
far.
it'd be nice that you can also draw your own stuff
Mhm.
where you have to pay anyone to do your model arts,
Mhm. Mhm.
but you
Mhm.
still have to pay to get rigged, right?
Yeah. I feel like
So
that's definitely the most expensive thing that I got was my rig.
yeah, because you got it from a pretty big rigger, right, Kevin?
Mhm. 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 Yeah.
So that could not have been cheap. I want to ask.
Uh, let's just say I took a loan out from my father.
Oh. And so my perspective, and I was also curious to like, hear yours, is
Mhm.
that I've never had really big aspirations for VTubing, right? This is
Mhm.
kind of a thing I stumbled into.
Right.
At the same time, like for that, and I've generally had like a really scrappy attitude when it comes to hobbies,
Mhm.
where I'll try to get into things as cheaply as I could, and also have like a maker mindset where, hey, if I have the skills to at least learn how to do something,
Mhm.
like how I learned electronics design. I remember back in college, I got into what is it, like stargazing and like astrophotography,
Oh, that's cool.
and I got
Yeah.
like with that, you can spend a lot of money on it. But I already had a camera. I 3D printed an adapter to be able to attach the camera to a telescope I got at a
Mhm.
thrift shop for
Mhm.
$20, and I took a really good picture of the moon and on a setup of that, right?
Mhm.
Where that mindset and doing videography with like a decade-old camera and vintage lenses. So I brought that into VTubing,
Mhm.
where I did do a Vroid model, but I wanted to break past the sort of Vroid look. So
Mhm.
my model is Vroid,
Mhm.
but I feel like I've done things to it that sort of make it look less so, right?
Yeah.
Like with the hair, with the ears, with
Mhm.
the outfit, where Vroid models often have like kind of flat looking clothes.
Mhm.
That definitely learning a bit of Blender and being able to add those things after you export a model is super
Mhm.
useful
Mhm.
and can sort of do that. Scrappy. All in, my model probably cost me $60 to make,
Mhm. Mhm.
but a lot of time.
Yeah.
So I'm making a lot of the hardware to drive the model.
Mhm.
Um, use iPhone for $100 for the face capture.
Mhm.
DIY slime set for the body capture.
Mhm.
You can get VR headsets very cheap now that especially the Quest has been out for a while. So
Mhm.
you can get things cheap.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I think
yeah,
that's,
all in.
yeah, that's
What's up?
super. No, sorry. You finish your sentence first, because I feel
Oh
like
yeah,
I'm gonna
I'm
go
just
on a rampage.
yeah. I want to hear like what you have to say from your perspective because I've been around for a while and I've been having the scrappy attitude,
Mhm.
and I've seen people spend a lot, but I've also seen people who have really high quality things and either do really well and pop off on Twitter before they even do one stream, or they have a really high quality model and no one watches them because they haven't
Mhm.
like they didn't get lucky enough, or they're simply missing like a step to get the eyes on them.
Mhm. So I'm like kind of right in the middle between like scrappy and spend as much money as I possibly can. I personal issue. I spend way too much on whatever my hobby, whatever my current hyperfixation is. Like I will just go head first. I have a spending problem. I inherited from my mother and I'm working on it. But it's like at the same time, as a creative person, I want to be able to just make as much cool shit as I possibly can. So as much as I love to like spend money on my cool stingers and my cool art and like getting art from all these artists that I love and blah 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 blah, I at the same time my brain is like, but we can learn how to do that. Why don't we learn how to do that? That'd be awesome. So like I spent the most money on rigging because I wanted a good, expressive, bouncy rig right out the gate that I didn't have to like spend time learning and that I could like always learn rigging on my own another time. Like that's something that is on my list for um things to learn next year. I have such a big list of things that I want to learn because I have way too many hobbies. This year, like I said, is the year of illustrate like going hard on studying illustration and 3D modeling. That's the skills that I want to learn so that I can do those kinds of things myself. Next year I want to dive into like live 2D and After Effects animation and also song composition so I can learn how to do that cool stuff myself. Even when I'm have those kinds of skills, I still am probably gonna like commission people just because like I like to have free time, so not doing
Yeah.
all of the things at once is kind of awesome.
Ooh, yeah, time is its own currency.
Yeah. I'm kind of the mindset of my time is valuable, and I'm very fortunate enough where like I know for a fact that I'm gonna be all right. Like even if I stumble with like a business decision or whatever, because to me VTubing is the me with my whole VTubing thing is I'm going to make this my life regardless of if it takes me 2 years or 2 decades. Like this is gonna be my thing. I've never felt more passion or more like drive to do anything else. Like ever since I started like literally 4 months ago or like yeah 4 months ago, I've been like I've fallen in love with the medium and like that kind of desperation for it to do good kind of drives my bad financial decisions. Cuz I mean like my one Twitter post that like blew up at like 100,000 views or whatever was because I had good art and like had a funny caption to go with it. Like that's all stuff that I've seen work. Like the whole spending money on assets and stuff works for me. It worked for me. So like that's a little bit about it. But like I said, I've been like making my own thumbnails, I've been editing my own shorts, I've been trying to do as much as I can to like offset the cost and like be very picky, I guess, on what I spend money on. See, I told you I'd go off.
I mean, it's good to hear because yeah, like I said, I'm all the way scrappy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like it's a fixture in the space where it's all the assets, all the arts, and there's so much that goes into it, right? The technical side, the artistic side, the like going live side, where you're talking about singers, right? And it's how do you reconcile? Oh, I'm getting a singer and I'm paying money, and in a business sense, you have to be like, will this cash flow? Will the money put into getting the singer actually translate into like, am I gonna get the investment back? Versus it's art. I like it. It's pretty to look at, and I'm glad I got it.
Yeah. Um, is this a question? Are you asking me like what I think?
It's like kind of both, right?
Yeah.
Where I'm saying this is like, yeah, how do you like? I've had to. I have like the mindset where like I don't want to lose money on this because for a while, yeah, like on Twitch, I was sort of putting a lot of money into mostly like donating to people, but and also I bought assets and stuff, right? And I'm like, hey, will this like investment pan out? And in a way, it did through like advertising, electronic stuff. But do you find the same for you? Like you reconciling those two sort of disparate things?
Okay.
Have you thought about it? Like, oh, is this an investment or is it just some art that's nice?
So I I like to use the term past life, even though that's like mostly reserved for corpos and like that kind of stuff. But I had like a pretty decent following in my old account that I left behind, right? I made like a pretty decent, like I used to be a semi-professional character designer for a online character group, and I used to sell a lot of character designs just to people in that community. So I am kind of the mindset of like, oh yeah, like I do is myself slash my OC, and I just buy cool art of myself, and if it goes viral or if it does well, then that's just like a bonus. But at the same time, I have developed a business sense because I've been working online in the commission space since like the 4th or 5th grade, like starting in like Amino for
Whoa.
like coins and advertising for like Amino coins and translating to working on like a bigger on a bigger scale. Like I have a lot of business experience just from doing it like basically my whole life. So I have a bit of both, I guess you could say. Um Part of my brain is like, yeah, I'm going to commission these artists because they will repost it and I will get to use their platform to show off my design. Um these people will show off their work and I will be able to like share their audience just because like it's like 99% my design work and all of my model work, like it's also like an advertising thing. So it's like
Yeah.
it's a bit of both. Like I hate the cop out answer, but it's the truth. It's uh it's both for me. Like
Yeah. I mean, you say cop out, but I think people haven't thought about it.
mhm,
They're like, oh, I'm buying this as an investment versus this is a business decision
mhm,
versus I like it because it's art and it's pretty.
mhm.
Also, remember the hand.
Thank you. I know it's I'm
Yeah,
really
we're
bad
getting
at
there. It's
remembering
the one.
things, so in my brain right now it's just rub my head, rub my head,
I
rub my head, rub my
I
head,
saw
rub my
you
head, rub my
copying
head,
it.
rub
I'm
my head.
just like, okay, this is just like you're not legit. This is you're gonna swap it out.
Yeah, no, don't worry. I'm gonna remember.
I got you.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
That the fact that you've already sort of been in the position and gone through, okay, like if you want to make VTubing a business, right?
Mhm,
You're running a business. You're self-employed and you're running a small
mhm,
business. Number one, like if as you like start to make money and it becomes like a big fixture in your
mhm,
life, like with electronics, this year I had to work with an accountant to really help me lock down
mhm,
uh, like what I should be keeping information on,
mhm,
the money that goes in and out, how to best and most easily handle my finances,
mhm.
right? Where it's really weird to think about the position that like I thought I would just be working like a 9 to 5, and that's I just get like W-2 and that's all I have to worry about.
Yeah.
But as you get into that, right, expensing art that you buy and like
Mhm,
being able
mhm,
to
mhm,
claim it as a business expense and keeping track of the tax forms you get, because I know you're in school in Japan,
mhm,
right?
mhm.
But I guess like I don't, because that is a pretty complicated situation being like international student, but
Mhm.
also I guess U.S. citizen
Yeah.
and worry about the tax stuff there. And the taxes in the U.S. are just freaking miserable to
Mhm.
deal with.
Okay. I think I mean I've been talking to my dad, and my dad is pretty much like the money man of the house, but I don't currently make enough money to have to worry about taxes because like I said, I only got like 2 commissions this whole year, and like I don't get nearly enough money to have to worry about it through streaming cuz like I'm relatively small. So I it's not one of those things that I'm really concerned about yet because I know you have
Yeah,
your tech stuff, which is like awesome, but like I'm not at that point yet, so I've just been kind of like
yeah,
I'll worry about this later.
and yeah, and it's not something that I'm like, you worry about it now. Start doing expenses.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe you're gonna get to that point.
Oh, thank you.
And it's of course, yeah. You're gonna get to that point, and it's better to get ahead of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because this reminds me, I was like hanging out with a VTuber friend, and they were doing their taxes,
Mm-hmm.
and they had a manager, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had a VTuber manager who essentially is supposed to help them out with that stuff, right? Be
Mm-hmm.
able to navigate their tech situation as easily as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially the only advice they gave is, yeah, you're gonna have to do taxes. Good luck.
Jesus.
And I had to be the one being like, here's how you do these different things, right? And here's how you like need to put in your Twitch income, and here's how you have to expense stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing that stuck out to me that was really upsetting to me is that in the US, especially if you make under a certain income,
Mm-hmm.
that you have access to free tax filing tools.
Mm-hmm.
Where, yeah, for the past few years before I worked with an accountant to do it, now that my tax situations were complicated,
Mm-hmm.
I would just file it myself for free on these different sites.
Mm-hmm.
And their manager either didn't tell them or didn't even know that was a thing. And that feels like an important thing to do when you're working
Mm-hmm.
with like small businesses
Yeah.
who need to be able to manage this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they're not working with an accountant. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, they ended up having to pay like $140 to do it through TurboTax because
Yeah.
they didn't know about these free tools.
Yeah.
They're already too deep into putting their stuff in here
Mm-hmm.
that's $140. That would have been a really nice amount of money to save
Mm-hmm.
to not need to spend.
Yeah.
So don't get yourself in that situation, especially find yourself people or surround yourself with people who can help you out with that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're looking for a manager, then definitely have one that can help you navigate those situations.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's the whole point of having it. Like, if you're gonna have one, then make sure
Mm-hmm.
they can help you with that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I totally get that. I mean, like Kuma my lovely is yeah, please don't make me do your taxes. I will commit tax fraud.
Woo!
Yeah, Kuma is a manager in training. Like, we're learning all the stuff together. Like, I am like, it's good to know because we're probably both going to go into like freelance eventually. Like, we're still in school, so we're not really worried about it. But oh, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my god, just I can't read.
Just SK.
Just SK. Thank you.
That's my boy.
Oh, thank you for the posture check. I've been shrimping really hard. I've done it before, but not for freelance. I'll work on it. Yeah. Like, we're doing a lot of this stuff, like, learning together, like, but I have a lot of help. Oh, happy Easter. Wait, it is Easter.
It's Easter. We're here. We are
I forgot about
Easter. Happy Easter, SK. Yeah, I remember, but it's just like not something I'm super serious about.
Yeah, it's like I have my dad's in medical. My friend's parents are in law and accounting. It's like I have so many helpful resources that are like backing me up because I have really good like support systems that I'm not too worried about when it'll happen, when it happens. Like, that's the thing. They always say like make doctor and lawyer friends, and like as a child of a nurse, like I can highly say that like having somebody to just tell you like, yeah, you know, that rash, you're developing eczema, or like hey, why are you bleeding so much? You should probably get that checked out.
Yeah.
Like that kind of stuff is like really helpful. I've had like a lot of like offers of like, hey, if you need help, like my family can help you with this and that. Oh, if you need like support or anything, like I'm really lucky to have such a good support system that I can just focus on being creative. But it's definitely something that I have learned a lot about because my dad is also like an independent like contractor, I guess, in medical. So it's like I'm watching him do a lot of this stuff for like his own business, and he's like, yeah, here's all the things you have to do. Like, here's like what this means. Here's like all this stuff, blah 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 blah. And it's like a lot of, god damn it, don't look at this. It's a lot of help. I didn't draw nails on your robot hand. You didn't see anything.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't see anything.
it's gone.
Hmm.
Don't worry about it. I'm still working. Yeah.
It's so funny. We were just talking about it right before.
Yeah. What?
But
Huh?
I mean, yeah, having friends in these sort of like what is it, highly educated spaces, like they've been collecting so much knowledge that having information to go to like that can be filtered through them is oftentimes easier than getting than even a Google search and just building that sort of community.
Oh yeah. For sure.
I even before I started streaming, I injured my hand playing Beat Saber,
Oh yeah.
and
Yeah. Tell me
that's
why I'm
actually
not
why I have the robot
surprised.
hand is
Yeah.
because as like to represent like, oh, I like almost destroyed my right hand doing that. And I started streaming to kind of document my recovery. But my friend, the physical therapist I was talking about, who said your heartbeat's way too high, I'm like, yeah, probably. I went to them because I'm like, if someone knows about how I could like kind of get past this, right? It was them. So turns out like they were able to just over text easily tell me exactly what I had. It's de Quervain's syndrome, where the tendon between my wrist and that connects to my thumb inflamed, so causing a lot of pain. I was using the wrong brace to fix it before. They told me exactly what I had to do, the stretches, the right brace to use, and then in like a month and a half, I was like back to it.
That's the advice is
Yeah.
befriend medical people. You'll
No people, yeah.
No people.
Lawyers, accountants, medical people.
Speaking
or at
of
least know how to find the information. What's
speaking of your robot hand, do you have like a good like top down reference of it? Because
yeah.
I can't really. I mean, I
do.
can't
Hold
see
on.
it on you. So
yeah, you can. I think I'll just send it to you. Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, it's like that's kind of like why I love networking with different people so much. Is like I can learn about what they're interested in and like what their careers are and like help them with whatever I like. I try to teach people as much about art as I possibly can, and I like to like learn about as many different things as I possibly can because I think like learning is just so awesome. Um, it's like super helpful to just like soak up all the knowledge that people spend their lifetimes learning. Yeah.
And there's so much knowledge out there that it's overwhelming for one person to learn. So no people.
I think that's is that it for VTuber financing, the VTuber financing topic? Is there anything else you want?
I've covered like the main thing I wanted to, like my situation. Please learn how to do your taxes and account for stuff and have that business mindset. I guess the other thing that came to mind is you already have like a background like doing arts for business, right? Like
Yeah.
you commissions, you used to do like you said what is it? Concepts or design work. So one thing is that I see a lot of artists and I see a lot of people in the space that even if they are skilled in the artistic side of things, that it turns out even if you're good at art, doesn't mean you're good at doing commissions because there's a whole aspect of customer service and client work that's really hard to do, and people who can't really do art for others, like they're not good at satisfying someone else's design or their vision. That I see a lot of artists like struggle there, right? So, and it's something I learned selling things where there's a big difference between I can build a thing and there's a difference between I can build a thing that people want to buy that doesn't break all the time, that people actually be able to seek out and figure out exists and then buy from me.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got that experience. And
Yeah,
have you worked with artists or like seen that sort of deal where people just don't know how to operate a business?
Yeah. I mean, I hate to like talk bad about any artist because like I understand that if nothing else, artists are human first, and like that's a big part of like commissioning an artist is you're paying the money to get it done by a human being, right? That's like a huge part of it is paying the money to have it done by a professional. And people get sick. People like go through grief that makes them not be able to work anymore. People go through natural disaster and all that kind of stuff. People like stuff happens to people. That's like
Yeah,
unavoidable.
absolutely.
But at the same time, like a business person needs to be able to like manage the reality of being a person with the um this like the necessities of a business. Like that's you have to find a balance for both. So like I've had a really bad experience. My debut almost didn't happen when I wanted it to because the person that helped me with my design like had something happen. Like they had like medical problems, which I totally understand. And they weren't able to meet their the paid what you call it, like rush fee, which is like which totally, like, I understand. I
Yeah.
take fucking forever to do a commission. Like, some people have waited, like, 6 months for art for me because I start over and I restart and I do all this stuff because I'm never satisfied with my illustrations, which is why I'm, like, really hesitant to do, like, illustrative, commissions. But, like, I always try to, communicate that of, like, "Hey, I'm gonna need to be able to take my time. Please, know that, it might take, like, fucking forever to commission me." Like that's
Yeah.
part of like my disclaimer is like, hey, when do you need this done by? Because if you don't need it done by a specific day, I'm gonna take my time to make this as good as I possibly can, right? Like I
I mean, it's
cancel.
kind of the same deal with like, yeah, I calmed you, and it's kind of a
Yeah,
situation.
I like with you. I canceled the commission because I was not happy. I did not have the skills to execute the idea that I had in mind. So I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna wait till I have better skills to do this. Like
Yeah.
that happens a lot, which is like why I'm nervous about doing that kind of thing. But I always just like talk to people about it. My artist did not talk to me at all, and I had to like keep reminding them, hey, how's my thing going? Hey, do you have anything for my hey? Do you have like
Yeah.
can I please have my thing? And I've only like just received like a part of the thing that I commissioned. So like it's a bit of both of like, hey, you gotta realize people are people, but at the same time, the people gotta learn that like art stuff needs to happen at a specific
Oh yeah,
time.
life circumstance stuff, like totally understandable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas yeah, life happens, and it's unfortunate, and there will be friction with people sometimes. Where like, oh well, you should have accounted for that. It's like, also I can't account for like personal emergencies,
Yeah.
right? And I'm sorry that that happened with your debut. I'm glad it like still came together, but you know, it's one of those things where did they refund you the rush fee for like the delay?
I asked them and they offered to do an illustration instead and they haven't completed that, so I'm still waiting for
Oh,
that.
it's like, it's like I
Like I'm fine with not getting the money back and like
yeah,
getting compensated with art, but I need to get the art for that I
yeah,
spent my money on. They have been doing like a lot of new like character design adopts and like that kind of
like yeah,
stuff.
other people's work. It's just like,
Yeah.
well,
It's like
you've already stiffed me.
I'm
Yeah,
not popular enough to be like important enough for you to work on, which sucks. People like that have more followers than me are getting their art sooner because I'm maybe worried about backlash or whatever. And like I'm not the
yeah.
kind of person to, like start anything because of like a disagreement or anything. I am a very much a forgive and forget kind of
Yeah,
person.
you're not trying to milk that drama. Hey, this
Yeah,
person.
cause I hate when people do that. Like, keep it to yourself. We don't need more negativity. But at the same time, like, how else am I gonna get how else am I gonna get what I paid for unless I talk about it? Which I don't want to do because I don't want to pressure this person into doing things and hurting themselves. Cause like art is a physical thing. Like doing like
Yeah, like you're an artist. You get it.
yeah. I think like out of all the people that do commissions, I am one of the people that will understand it the most because I take fucking forever. But that's the thing, people don't pay me at like double the amount to get it done by a specific date, you know? Like I don't do rush order
Yeah.
fees.
It's about expectations, right? Like
Mhm.
I initially paid you and I expect a certain thing,
Mhm.
and remember we're friends, but at the same time I've gotten art where
Mhm.
I gave someone money and it took them forever,
Mhm.
like almost a year, but I paid so little money and the piece came out in a way where it's almost like a gift to myself, right?
Mhm.
If
Mhm.
I give someone $10, $20 and then they don't follow up for a while and I forget about it, it's
Mhm.
just like no harm, no foul. I'm
Yeah.
spending potentially like triple digit figure, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
On a
Mhm.
piece, and they say they can do it in this, like in this time frame.
Mhm.
It's just, you know, it's just
Yeah, just communicate. I like
yeah.
99% of problems can be just solved with communication. Like, and like, I would much rather them say, like, hey, I don't think I can do that at this like time. Would you be okay with waiting? And I would have been like, I would have had a different reaction than just like,
Yeah.
I think that that's like a very important part of like the commissioning process is like commissioners have to realize that they are getting paid by people that maybe like this money means something to them. Like they need to realize that they are people, and then people that
Yeah.
commission people also have to realize, yeah, these are human beings too. That's a little bit of the reason why I try to like build relationships with everyone I commission, is because like there's a person behind that and I want to get to know that person. Like artists are so cool. Usually. Usually. Yeah. I think that's
So
mhm.
it's a tricky space. I don't envy and having gotten experience of like I have had delays, and
Mhm.
recently I've been trying to like get orders out and get parts in while also trying to figure out like some really volatile tech situations.
Mhm.
But yeah, I've just communicated with the people. Like they'll reach out, or tell them, hey, it's gonna take a little longer than expected, or hey, here's the time frame now, and they're totally
Mhm.
understanding, right? So I also work on a shorter time frame than a lot of artists. It's usually like 1 or 2 weeks, less
Mhm.
than like some of these art projects can be like months long, right?
Right.
So that can be very tricky to if there's no one's communicating with you in a months long project. It's like, oh, I'm getting a little nervous.
Mhm.
I'd like an update.
Yeah. That's a lot of the
So
reason why I only like to get commissioned by people that I already know, and I only like to get paid afterwards. So at any time I can be like, "Hey, I can't do this anymore. I need like I am so sorry, but I have to I kind of feel like I did with you. Like I don't think I have the skills to execute this vision. Let me study first and then I'll get back to you." Like I love being able to do that with people that I know that I won't like blame me for taking my time on stuff. Yeah.
for sure, yeah.
And
And like, yeah, like you communicate with me. I'm like, okay, yeah, like I wanted the art, but if you want to improve your craft, then I'm totally fine with waiting.
yeah. I feel
And at
like
the right price. Yeah, what's up?
mhm. No, I was just gonna say like I feel like that's something that I have to work on balancing is I'm never gonna think that I'm good enough because like that's part of the art drive is you just gotta keep going because like you can't ever stop improving because you just keep working on stuff. But like it's at the same time like I wanna like be good enough for like my vision, you know? Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I forget. I started thinking about my
Yeah,
orders.
welcome back. Welcome to my world. Forgetting everything like
Hmm.
your robot hands.
I mean, look at that. Look at them joints.
Yeah,
Those robot
I
joints, the
think
servos, the motors.
think
You're
that's
getting it. I think I I understand the hand can be tricky, so I just tell my artists it's just like here's the ref, just like
yeah.
do whatever, YOLO.
Yeah. That's I'm not good at mechanical artwork. That's another thing that I want to get better at is like how things work and like mechanics, which is like does take a little bit of study of like how they actually work in real life, which is gonna suck a little bit because I know nothing about tech. But if I want to be able to like expand my audience to like different types of people that like different types of art, I'd love to like learn how to draw different stuff, which is fun always. Yeah, I feel like I made that. I have to do some edits. We keep
Yeah, it's a
moving.
learning process. We'll see how, like, because you've already improved over the months we last did this. We
Mm-hmm.
last chatted Passion Portraits in January,
Mm-hmm.
so
Oh, Kuma's got a question. Ace, what's your favorite kind of tech to work on? You have a favorite like project?
I guess kind of tech. Yeah, what? I think my favorite part is the assembly stage, where the first time assembling a project
Mm-hmm.
is a lot of work culminated into I've designed the circuit, I've got the bill of materials, I
Mm-hmm.
picked all the parts out for it, I have everything together, and I've done all this theory crafting that if I put it all together, is it gonna work?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always that's the best feeling that I've assembled everything. I either plug in the microphone, or I put the tracker in, or I turn on the radio, and it's so satisfying all that work come together and like result in like a working thing.
Mm-hmm.
And there've been times where that didn't pan out. I made a dynamic microphone, and while all the electronics worked, the capsule was like junk, so it sounded like a little bit better than a webcam mic.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time I designed one of the revisions of the sound tracker, and I accidentally like sized the part wrong,
Mm-hmm.
and I was learning circuit stuff, so it just didn't work because I couldn't put together because it was just the wrong size of thing.
Right. Right.
So it's just, but that process of like I put together, it works. My favorite for sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's your favorite part of the artistic process?
Oh
Actually, but you were gonna say something first.
no, I was just gonna be like, I was literally just gonna say, yeah, I don't know how that kind of stuff would translate to art, but then you asked me the question and it clicked in my brain. Um, I guess for me, like like character design is my favorite thing to do because it's character design is my passion. Like I want to go like one of the things that I wanted to do like was toying in my brain about like jobs if I like job ideas. I wanted to have a like clothing brand, which is like kind of I could do with VTubing, which is like one of the reasons that I went with VTubing is because like I can do all the things that I want to do with it, you know, like merch design, clothing design, blah 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 blah. Um, so character design is really big for me. I want to get back into like commercial character design just because like I know I'm skilled at it. I would love to be somebody's character designer, like because I just love it so much. I don't know. It's something about like being able to put together a design that's really fun for me. So I guess that's
Yeah,
like
because
yeah, my favorite creative process. I guess it's not really a. I guess it's more of a subject than a part of the process. Um, 'cause I don't really think
I
about
mean
my
it's just,
process. Yeah.
I suppose, and that makes sense. Like from why would be appealing? Because it's sort of a language, right?
Mhm.
Like design is you're trying to communicate ideas through how you're drawing something. Like more like not only from like a pose or
Mhm.
something, but like the actual like design elements. So
Mhm.
yeah, because I mean, looking at the fact that you already work on design, like for was it the cyber?
Mhm. I didn't really title it. I guess like Cyber Kitsune would be like
Yeah, like
the vibe I
that,
was
and I know
going
you're working
for.
on some stuff behind the scenes. It does seem
That I'm
like
really bad at keeping secret. I think I've teased it like 3 times now.
yeah, I saw the you showed on stream the other day,
What?
like
No, I
the
didn't.
shoes.
Nuh-uh.
Huh?
No, I didn't. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm hallucinating.
That didn't happen. Yeah, that's you're so crazy.
You're right. Yeah.
That's so wild that you said that.
Huh.
Yeah.
I
I'm
wonder
so
how.
good at
Yeah.
keeping my own secrets. But yeah, I love it. I love it so much. That's the great thing about having friends in the space is like when I can't share things with the entire crowd, I can be like, hey, can I show you this thing that I'm not supposed to be talking about?
Shh, secret.
Just whisper, 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 whisper.
Psst, 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 psst. Yep.
Yeah, I love character design. I really wish I could show off my whole character design and be like, hey guys, look at this thing that I'm working on.
Yeah.
It's a really good
I mean, that's why
commission
it's nice to have
reference.
like confidants where you're like, okay, here you go.
Yeah.
I need to talk to someone about this. You can have like a Discord channel like
Yeah.
on your server
Mhm.
and like have like the trusted people, you know,
Yeah.
have the role to be able to access it and just share stuff there and be able to have discourse about it there.
It happens all the time. It's hard to hide stuff as a manager. Yeah. If Kuma wasn't my roommate, I would be like spilling all of my secret projects and stuff all over the internet. Like, it's so helpful to have like my main imp be like literally like 2 rooms away. It's genuinely like so so I don't
So
ruin my
nice.
own secrets. Yeah. It's so funny. Sometimes I'll just show up to Kuma's room. I'll be like, "Hey Kuma, idea. What do you think?" Just like straight up, like, "Hey, here's lore. Here's concepts for 4 years in the future. How do you feel about this?" Because like I don't have anyone else to tell this stuff to. Like, really, I don't want to be too annoying because I don't shut up. As you can probably tell by the amount of time that I'm talking in my talk show.
No, that's endearing. And so long, it's the same thing about setting expectations, right?
Mm-hmm.
That, you know, I'm sure that the first time that you did one with Ani, then with like me back in January, you didn't really know what the format and the vibe was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something you kind of iron out as you figure out yourself and you figure out
Mm-hmm.
your guests and
Mm-hmm.
how they're walking into it.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is why I'm changing it from an interview show to a talk show, because I don't shut the fuck up. I can't. It's impossible.
It's endearing. Love hearing you talk.
No. No. I don't accept.
Uh-huh.
I don't accept. No,
That's
thank
too
you.
bad.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I guess I'm self-conscious about it because like I've always been like the friend that's like way too loud and like literally doesn't shut up. So it's like I guess that's what makes me a good content creator. Ha 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 ha. Because I don't shut up about like anything ever. I just
You love
yeah.
our big yappas.
Yeah, but like it's really funny. I've been like meeting like a couple of people through VTubing, which is like really awesome. But at the same time, I have to be like, yeah, I'm like super shy. So if I like don't talk to you for a little bit, it's not because like I don't want to be your friend. It's because I'm like overwhelmed and shy. I'm really bad also with object permanence and people, so I have to like keep reminding myself that people exist or like maybe want to like hang out and talk with me. Um, like it's a little bit of a problem. But I finally okay. So good news for people that I want to hang out with. I finally have RAM, so I can play games now. Before this,
Oh,
I was
bless.
working with 16 gigabytes, and now I have 64. So I have a lot more ability to like do shit.
That's a big jump.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Cause I wanted to be able to play Marvel Rivals on stream, and I couldn't do that with 16. I tried, and it didn't work.
Does a 64 like did it solve it? What the rest of your specs?
Yeah. I can DM it. I can DM it to you. I literally had
Yeah.
like a bunch of whatchamacall like I had to figure this out, right? It was a really big issue of like, hey, why the hell isn't my computer working? What's going on? Like literally every single thing that I try to do online is crashing. Can I figure out why this is happening? Yeah, it just turns out that it was 16 gigabytes of RAM that was killing my computer and making everything
And you check, like, your
awful.
RAM utilization. You're like,
Yeah, it was like
that shouldn't be maxed out.
it was maxed for like almost literally everything. Like my OBS and everything just kept crashing.
Whew. Yeah, definitely if you're streaming as well. Just
Yeah,
need the RAM.
yeah. Oh,
Need the dedicated wham.
yeah. So 64, definitely everything that I've been doing has been like really smooth, which is great because like now I can actually like play games with people like live and like do like more fun things. Like I probably can like render like like 3D stuff easier. Yeah, I just DM'd you my a screenshot of my specs. Because like
Thank
I
you.
have a pretty decent computer, so I was like very
Yeah.
surprised. But like apparently I just only bought like 16 gigabytes of RAM, not knowing that I would be streaming, because originally I bought my computer just to do art.
Billionaire.
Like that was
Yeah.
the whole thing. Is it's like, oh yeah, I'm an artist. That's all I'm gonna use my PC for, right?
Nope.
Nope.
I hope you have the Intel patch where the processors don't grenade themselves.
I probably don't, because I know nothing about computers.
You should do a BIOS update because those processors potentially will like destroy themselves.
Oh, that's crazy. I've never heard
Yeah,
of that.
Intel got a lot of flack for that. Yeah, so they're
Yeah.
like machine codes, like the actual like underlying was it how the processor
Mhm.
communicates with the computer, how power is delivered to it.
Mhm.
They messed up.
Oh, that's crazy. They
Yeah.
just fucked up.
Uh-huh.
I should probably get that fixed, because I didn't think that I had to do that. So that's good to know. Thank you. See, what did I say about making friends and know a lot of cool stuff? You just get to know, you get to learn shit, which is like so cool. Oh my god, yeah. I was freaking out about my mic setup, because my voice acting coach suggested that I get a audio interface for my mic, because I have a
Yes.
good mic and like XLR cord, all that stuff. Yay. I freaked the fuck out when I first got it, and I went to Ace like, Ace, fucking help me! I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Oh, I'm panicking, and then I figured out like
I had a
literally
whole
5 seconds
guide for
later.
it, yeah.
It's like
You had the sauce. You just
I
had to
yeah,
be led the right way.
and like literally like the moment that I sent the DM, I was like, oh hey, I know why this is happening. Give me a second. I don't need to be freaking out right now. But like,
Yeah, you're fine.
yeah, even just having people to like go, oh holy shit, I'm so confused, help me. Like being able to voice that to somebody that you know can help you if you have an actual problem is like, oh wait, I actually do know how to do this. Yeah, that was even just like having somebody to go to is like a really huge help. So thank you for that. Even though I figured it out myself. Yeah. Rendering is rough. I've only like I've been trying to get better at it, but like it's I don't know why it's so rough for me. I struggle with it a bit. So I've been trying to get get better at rendering. That's been on my goal list of
Yeah,
stuff
I
to
mean,
learn.
because it's just it's all for me. If my mind sort of breaks up, oh yeah, sketch is like one part,
Mhm.
line art's one part, rendering is
Mhm.
one part, but they're
Mhm.
like not equal.
No, yeah.
Rendering is so much more effort.
There are a lot of different things. Like they take different skills to be able to like sketch well. You need to be able to like see in 3D and think in 3D. In
Yeah.
order to render well, you need to be able to distinguish different colors easier from each other, and like know how lighting works, like the physics behind lighting. To learn like line art, you need to have a steady hand. Like you need to have different things for all these different skills. And rendering and line art like have always been like bouncing between these two, which one has been the hardest for me. Cuz like I I am pretty confident in my sketching. Like even though my anatomy like isn't the best, like I can definitely improve. It's like I'm okay with that, with anatomy looking wrong, as long as like the composition looks okay. Like that's what
Mhm.
matters more to me, is like the actual composition of the piece, rather than like whether or not it's realistic, because like anime proportions don't make sense anyways. Um
As long as someone doesn't look at it and be like, "Oh, that's not right. That's not
yeah,
how bodies are supposed to look."
as long as it's not like overly bad. So yeah, like distractingly bad, I guess. But yeah, it's just like I don't know, is maybe like maybe you can kind of relate to like the different parts of tech. Like I'm assuming different things take like different types of skills. Like it's the same thing with anything that takes multiple different parts. I assume.
Oh yeah. Um. Yeah, there are different skills involved
Mhm.
where it's kind of in reverse. That the with arts where the sketch is quick, the line art's like the steps. I guess to me, tell me
Mhm.
if I'm wrong. Take
Mhm.
progressively longer, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, you probably saw it just in the past like
Oh yeah,
hour 40
six
minutes. I'm
minutes
spending
on that sketch BB.
the rest of this on rendering. Like that's just
Yep.
yeah.
So with tech, I find honestly the longest part is the sort of theory crafting and design, where it's me thinking about how I'm going to execute on a project, how
Mhm.
I'm going to lay it out. So for ace stacks, I've had like the idea of how I'm going to put the battery on it,
Mhm.
and welcome back, Wyatt. Yeah, how I'm going to where I'm going to place the battery, how I'm going to lay
Mhm.
it out,
Mhm.
and the actual putting the schematic together of here's what parts I'm going to have and how they're going to connect together.
Mhm.
It's pretty quick. Once you know what the actual design is going to be and what you're trying to accomplish,
Mhm.
it doesn't take too long to do. And then sort of the same thing with the actual circuit layout. So how I'm actually running the electrical connections on the circuit
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
is like usually pretty quick. Like it's as long as the schematic is sound, it's not that bad. So it's the research and then also reading data sheets, right?
Mhm.
That each component, each IC potentially has like either a PDF that's a few pages or 80 pages long.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
it's okay, if I'm going to use this ESP32C3 chip, how does it recommend me connect it? And am I following the design recommendations of the manufacturer?
Mhm.
And reading through all that takes a lot of time. And it's the
Yeah.
research that is oof.
I can definitely understand because like it's a science like data is science is like a whole thing. It's a like field of study, like just learning how to like read data and stuff, right? So like that's its own, it's a skill on itself. Um, I think that like I mean, not to compare reading a bunch of data to looking at Pinterest, but like I think the most comparable thing for me is like learning how to find good references and then learning how to do art studies. Like that's also kind of an important part of the whole process of just like figuring out how to do stuff.
It feels weird to say. I don't think we're that far off because literally, um, it's that I'm spending a lot of time looking at references where it turns out there's only so many different ways you can make like you can make a battery charging circuit.
Mhm.
So just like you will find references for art where it's like I'm trying to like I want to make it look this way,
Mhm.
that I'm like, okay, I need to figure out how to do a charging circuit. Here's what parts other people are using. Here's how they lay it out. For my first charge circuit, I literally just copied like the main um like TP4056 circuit that you can find ubiquitously already built into like these little chips. But I just took that design and put it in mine.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna steal how somebody else renders an eye right now. I'm gonna go look for a reference
But
for that.
yeah, it's exactly that. It's just like, well,
Mhm,
someone else has
mhm,
figured it
mhm.
out. Like art's obviously a little different, where there's more,
Yeah.
you're injecting your own, design sense and your own style into it. But
Mhm,
it's like there's only so many ways you can route this circuit.
mhm, mhm. Yeah. Looking through an
There's only yeah.
instruction manual and referencing other wheels to not design what is already done. Yeah, yeah, like
Do not reinvent the wheel.
like that's kind of why I love going on like art Twitter so much is because like you'll find. I guess this is a little bit more of like the business and advertising sense of art, but like you'll find what has worked for other artists. Like in a lot of popular artists, there's like very similar styles and stuff for like things that people do that work. kind of, I guess, like circuitry of like, yeah, I know this works. I know this is popular. I know blah 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 blah. I know people like to see this in art, or I know like a little bit like, oh yeah, this style is like really popular right now. Maybe I can like add a little bit of that to my illustrations. It's I guess I didn't even thought about like how comparable that could be. Yeah, it's interesting. I hadn't even thought I hadn't even thought about that before.
Yeah, I mean, it, it's not something I thought about either, but it's just sort of the intersects of making stuff in general, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where there will be those parallels. Where I'm sure that woodworking, right, as different as it might be from, actually, it kind of feels like sort of the middle ground between like physical and art,
Mm-hmm.
right? In digital art, at least, that to create is to always, you know, learn and research
Mm-hmm.
to execute in different ways, and there'll be parallels, and there's only so many ways you can cut a wood, like cut
Yeah.
wood joints, right? Or there's only so many ways you can render eyes, only so many ways you can design certain things, and
Mm-hmm.
that's why we stand in the shoulders of the giants. Other people have figured it out, and we're
Mm-hmm.
just like learning
Mm-hmm.
from them in all things.
Yeah, I I guess that kind of goes back to the whole idea of have friends that know a bunch of different things, because you can learn like the most important stuff from the people that already know all the stuff. Like, it's just so cool to see, like, because we work in the same field of VTubing but in very different like areas of it. It's very interesting to see like how much of it actually like overlaps, even though it's like you would think that like science and art are so different, but like, I mean, art is a science, music is a science, like all these creative things are like math and stuff. Like, I don't know, it's just cool to see all that stuff works. Yeah, goes well together.
I love the human experience and the craft of things.
Mm, 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 mm. I think, yeah, it's just so cool to like talk to people about uh but art can't be distilled down into math. I agree and disagree with
I mean,
that.
they're components of art. Yeah, like color
Yeah,
theory is math.
yeah. Color theory is math. Like ratios are math. Physics is math, and physics like affects how things look and how you should draw things. Like, I feel like you can't you can't mathematically define beauty, because that is all subjective. But like, you can't distill science into models and statistics entirely. Yeah, I think that like, I mean, that's kind of getting back to my point on every single thing that influences art is curves, and curves are math, and all this kind of stuff is like, if you like break it down eventually, like, it's all like science. Like, coming from somebody that was an art major, um coming from somebody that was an art major, like, all the stuff that you have to be able to learn how to look at is all like through a scientific lens. Um Trying to do that to art makes AI slop. Oh my, we talked about this last time. We can go off about this again.
For sure, yeah.
AI generated images, like, that's not the putting that's not I wouldn't call that like science, because it is science, like how the models work and all that stuff, but it's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
that's not, it doesn't have the brain to put the science of it all together. It just
Or
overlays
maybe it's
images on
just
top of each other, basically.
too much math and science,
Mm-hmm.
right? Where if it fundamentally lacks the human component that
Mm-hmm.
makes art,
Yeah, it's
right? So I
inhuman
guess you could
math
see
and
it as
science. Yeah, because the thing that
yeah.
makes art interesting is the interpretation of the math and science, in my opinion. Like, being able to look at like all these different like curves and values and colors and all that stuff, and being able to make decisions about it, that's what makes art. Like, me choosing this color over that color, because like, even though this color might look better with it, like, this color, a different color looks better in the piece, like that kind of thing. Like, my art style, I try to avoid black at all costs just because, like, even though I know that black is the darkest hue, I think it's more fun and colorful to use, like, more saturated colors for shading and stuff. So, which is why I don't tend to do that kind of thing.
Yeah. On the, like, what is it? The art AI thing. The thing with, and people will make this argument, it's like, oh, how is it different than people using references? Like when, you know, if an artist uses a piece for reference versus if AI is trained on a model or on art that is part of its data set, is that humans filter things and they're filtering so much more information that what goes into art right now is like you drawing me, you're using like my art as a reference, but it's not a copy. Like you're filtering it through your own style, through all your experiences, through all that you've learned. Where a video that went over this topic talked about how they were making a piece and implementing certain colors in it. And they didn't really realize it until they thought more about it, is that the colors they're using matched like a scene they had in their childhood. Like of the imagery was from a place they remember from when they were a kid. And the colors are put into that. And the AI will never have that experience because it's not a thinking thing. That if you just ask it, it's trying to solve a problem, right? Like by nature of it being a tool, that if I ask it to show me something, it will just try to show me the thing, but inorganically. That it hasn't been filtered the same way that art would be, and in the way that makes art special.
Sorry, I'm holding myself back from saying "nah" to every single thing that you're saying. It's become like almost a vocal stim at this point to agree with "nah." But yeah, basically, yes, exactly what you said. It's like the cool thing about art is like your interpretation. It's the fact that it was made by somebody that has a history of whatever, I think, at least in my humble opinion. That's like part of the cool part. That's part of why art is so awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I mean, I know Hayao Miyazaki had his own childhood experiences that informed like Spirited Away. One interesting thing is real art has soul because a person makes it, and people in the vast majority of cases have souls.
Most people have souls. Yeah.
I'd say broadly, yes. The other Miyazaki, the one who made the director for From Software, I found out one of the reasons why he has like a really interesting aesthetic when it comes to the Souls games, where it's sort of like Western inspired, right? They're dragons with wings, they're like knights and stuff like that. Is that he consumed a lot of like Western mythology and like in history, but only through pictures. That he didn't understand, like he couldn't read English, so he didn't understand like the cultural significance of this imagery and of all these different things. But he absorbed the actual imagery itself, right? Of this sort of Western mythos with the knights, with the dragons, with the castles, with the imagery, and put it in his games. Of demons, stuff that is definitely strays a lot from traditional Japanese mythos. And you can't get that with a machine. It's obviously led to something like that is such an interesting setting.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna have the AI art conversation a lot in this talk show because I feel like as VTubers and like creatives in the VTubing field that have respect for the people that work for us and with us, like we have a lot of respect for the creative process, especially because like even just like creating content, like there's like AI script writers and all that kind of stuff that like is so annoying to me. But I think it's like an important conversation to have of like in the space, how do we like manage like AI for like helping ourselves, and like the argument that like making art accessible, like how can like I think it's important to like, how do I want to say this, promote like learning of new skills, like we were saying about like you being scrappy and wanting to do everything by yourself, and like wanting to like me wanting to learn all these different like art forms. It's like I feel like we that should be like a much bigger part of the community, is like learning how to do cool stuff yourself, like, or
Yeah.
like commissioning people if you don't want to do that. The only thing I could use AI for is to figure out what a color is. Yeah, like accessibility and stuff like that, where it's not like you're not intrinsically like taking away something from somebody else. Like I was thinking like, oh, something like a use of AI in a creative space could be like a live 2D model maker, like having help like separating their layers through like an AI algorithm, something like that. There are ways to make it helpful, but not through theft. I think is the most important part to me, at least, is like that's my ethical concern of it, is like,
Yeah, I mean,
mhm.
yeah. So that reminds me, like in the artistic space, there are applications of it. Like, did you watch Into the Spider-Verse?
Yeah.
And Across the Spider-Verse?
Yeah, I love that. I love that movie, that series, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, Sony released like a little behind the scenes where they actually do use AI, in this case specifically machine learning,
Mhm.
in order to, you know how the characters have those sort of comic book like lines on their face,
Mhm,
right?
mhm, mhm.
So they trained a model on. They basically had a 3D model of Miles's face,
Mhm.
and from all angles, making different expressions, and had artists draw all over that
Mhm.
the line work,
Mhm.
and created a machine learning algorithm that, instead of artists hand drawing every frame of line work over his face, they use that training data to automatically draw that over each frame of
Yeah.
animation.
Yeah.
And that's like artists are directly involved,
Mhm.
and it's not taking any job. It's making artists' lives easier,
Mhm.
right? Where if I need to change, oh, I actually don't like how this this shot is framed,
Mhm.
or I need to rerender it for whatever reason, that they're not needing to painstakingly redo every frame.
Mhm.
This algorithm is mostly doing it, and there's still intervention where if for some reason it doesn't look right in a certain like frame, that an artist can go in. They're the ones that already like trained the model and go in and revise it however they want.
Right, yeah. AI Bros destroyed the AI reputation. I think
Yeah,
so.
Eber.
I think I think
They like the spark.
personally, I will never agree with a, of like publicly accessible image generation AI because of things that happen in society, where like this guy took pictures of his like women he knew in his life, and like used generative AI to like abuse them. Like that's stuff that is too easily accessible, and I will never agree with that on an ethical level personally. Like that's my main thing when it comes to AI, is how can people use this to harm people that already experience enough harm in their lives. As a queer person, like that's my main concern, is how can we make this less harmful to people in dangerous situations.
Yes, AlphaFold.
It's like that's my main, like that's, like I said, that's my main concern. If we can figure out how to make it safer, then I would be much more like, yeah, sure, generate whatever image, whatever, I don't care. But first you have to make it safe.
Because in this case, it's one of those things where I wonder if it's a separate problem, right? Where in this case, AI was used in a very harmful way to harm women, right? Or to harm people broadly.
Just generally, yeah.
In that, yeah. Where, how would you modify technology in order to account for that?
Yeah, that's
So it's tricky, right?
it's,
yeah. And it's like, well, ideally we want to like address the underlying behavior, but also yeah, we don't want technology to run rampant in ways that it can be easily used to harm people, or it's not checked in certain ways that will cause harm, right? So it's kind of like it reminds me of how 3D printing, right? That broadly, it's like it's a really great thing that people can now affordably manufacture their own like things, either like just little trinkets or actual functional parts and things, but it can be used for harm. Like people can use them to manufacture firearm parts, and it's like, well, how would you handle 3D printing and regulating that in order to minimize harm, yet not affect the people who use it in productive manners or use it in harmless manners? That I know New York has proposed legislation to be like, we're going to have to license 3D printers, that they're going to have that we're going to have to do background checks on people who buy them. We're going to have to add software on them to check this stuff. And I find those things can be harmful, right?
Yeah.
To, if I'm a 7th grader who wants a 3D printer to design parts and build things, that would something like that need like a parent to buy it for them and need a background check for that sort of thing? And the same thing with AI. Like, what do you do with the technology itself to minimize harm in the technical sense? But with this, it's just like the underlying behavior is more, this person's a creep, and how you manage them more so than I guess how you manage the tool.
Yeah.
Like it's like multifaceted. There are a lot of different like concerns and with what you mentioned, like just from multiple areas.
I think that's why the conversation around like AI and stuff just keeps happening, is because it is so complicated. It's like the worst parts about philosophy and like the most intense parts of like just any debate of like what if and all that kind of stuff. Of like, I feel like maybe this is me being dramatic, but like modern day philosophy is like, how do we navigate the ethics of AI and creativity? Because like there is harm that can be done, there is good creative stuff that can be done. It's like it's all in there, and I think that it just makes for an interesting conversation to see like all the different aspects of like things that people are concerned about, I guess.
For sure. And I guess on that, and how we're talking about how this conversation happen a lot, is a lot of times people, there's like a concept of being morally lucky that you in my opinion come to the right conclusion, but you don't know why you're there.
Yeah,
right?
I feel like we talked about this before. Yeah.
Yeah, like people might be sort of intuitively averse to AI art and like proliferation of AI in certain fields where it can be harmful, but not necessarily know why. So I did make a presentation and it covered like some surface level points of, yeah, why is this actually harmful to the space? Like even disregarding like the system of capitalism where, hey, actually it turns out when you have AI do art people, it harms people's livelihoods, right? It actually affects people's like ability to make a living or their financial situation. Even disregarding that there are other harmful parts of AI and how it affects like the human brain and how people express themselves through art and what it means for people to do that.
Sorry, I want to read Igor's
yeah he's
chat.
the alpha fold thing. Yeah, it's really interesting. Have a read. I'm going to the bathroom real quick while you do that.
Okay. There's a lot of I don't know what alpha folding is actually. Instantly, an obvious way for AlphaFold to make a revenue would be to have people pay them to fold known proteins, right? But that can't be done anymore. They run every single known gene through it and put it out for free because database they've trained on it was also free, so they felt bad that they must. I feel like, yeah, just on a I guess money side of like, I guess that's kind of like for art too. Is like technically it's on the internet, but like whether or not that and like the data is like free use and stuff, like I feel like profiting off of that kind of thing is a little icky at the very least. So like they keep doing it every time they come up with a better model at enormous cost to themselves, and then they put the results out for free. that's a wonderful example of how AI and data sets can be used in a really cool and awesome way, like for just the general betterment of society. And I think that it's if that was the only way that AI was being used, nobody would have a problem with that, because that is just for the, like I said, total betterment of everybody, because everybody can access that information and use it like how they need to. But that's the difference between like something helpful like that and theft, is the just the rights of information is also like a very interesting topic of like who gets access to what. And like I said, I feel like I'm gonna have this conversation a lot with a lot of different people, because like I said, I'm interviewing like mostly VTubers. I do wanna interview flesh tubers eventually, because I think it'd be a lot of fun to like branch out to different people that like do different stuff. But currently, like 99% of the people on my list are people that are in the creative space, VTubing space, which is like so reliant on artists and creativity. That's part of why AlphaFold's team is hates AI bros with a burning passion. Yeah, I feel like that's a fair reason to dislike AI bros.
Yeah. So the problem with AI bros is a lot of times they're not tech people, right? They're not people who actually like are AI engineers
Mhm.
or data scientists. They're
Mm.
just hype guys. They just like this thing because it's cool, or
Mm.
because it means to a certain end, right? And a lot of
Mm.
times it's just like, oh, I can make AI art. I don't need artists. I need to pay artists. I just have this model make it for me,
Mm.
without understanding the technology, or worrying about the ethical implications behind it.
Mm.
And on that data thing, so what was it? So when I was doing research for my presentation, Eric Salvaggio,
Mm.
had 3 points related to data preparation, like what makes an ethical data set. And the 3 components are the context of the data,
Mhm.
so the context of which the data is shared, and the data originator, like how they're allowing it to be used, right?
Mhm.
And who they allow to use it.
Mhm.
So for an artist, right, you're sharing things publicly, right, for people's consumption, that people are going to view it and they're going to look at art and enjoy looking at it. But you don't consent, and this is the context at which it's provided, that you're consenting to it being shown but not used for training data sets.
Mm. Yes. I have no AI. I removed the fuck word, but I have no AI like basically everywhere that I can. I'm very clear
Yeah,
about like
and exactly. That would be the context and the consent, right? Next thing is consent. So, in getting people who need to get consent to use the data, even if like the context is there, like it's good to get express permission. It's a control, that you have control over how your data is being used and shared. That yeah, if you say screw AI everywhere and people still use it for that, they're obviously violating these ethical practices related to the use of your arts. And essentially, like, even if someone shared stuff in online, that is not permission to share in the data sets. That there is licensing, and there is, like Igor said, related to the databases of protein folding data, expressly used for those sort of research purposes. And there is public domain art, but people don't want to do that because it doesn't look as nice as the stuff that you can just steal.
Yeah, I totally get that. I mean, one of the questions that I always make, like, I don't know how often you personally think about like ethics and stuff, but Kumla and I have been taking a class about ethics in society, and I feel like the AI conversation comes up a lot there. But even just the thought process of like, what is something ethical to me is something that is super interesting, because like different people value different things, which is like how people work, right? but being able to like as a society decide for ourselves like what is the most important like aspects of things, or like what's the most important things to consider when having these kinds of conversations is super interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and the study of that, like of morals and ethics, is good because, like I said, people are morally lucky. They arrive at like conclusions that are, I guess, that they would arrive at if they thought them through normally, but they just
Mhm.
haven't thought it, right?
Mhm.
And being able to think about those things and be able to articulate them is so important to understand why you arrived at that conclusion. And in the case that it comes up and you actually have a disagreement with someone, to be able to articulate why you feel a certain way
Mm.
rather than just saying it's right.
Mm. Yes, I agree. it's 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 super interesting to say the very least. How all of that works. Um, yeah. Sorry, my brain is a little bit distracted right now because I'm
Yeah, I
trying to
mean,
do other stuff.
I don't know how you've like been this productive with drawing it, with the rendering
Like I said,
while carrying conversation. Like,
art brain, yap brain. There's two
I
different.
mean, I will always be impressed. I know you keep saying it, but I'm just like, my brain doesn't work like that. That I will. There'll be long since I'm making a circuit. I'm kind of yapping, but I'm just like, I don't even know like what am I doing right now.
Yeah, it's I guess a lot of practice. Before I was like even thinking about streaming, Kuma and I would just like sit next to each other in one of our rooms, just like drawing and talking with each other. So we kind of like build that skill of like, hey, we're talking with each other, but at the same time we're like we're just working on our own stuff. So I guess in that sense I've been preparing for VTubing for like years. Like that's again, like I hate to like keep reiterating like stuff that I've already said, but like that's a big reason why I like VTubing so much. It's all of the stuff that I do normally, but like I might be able to get paid for it one day.
Hopefully soon. Because I feel like you're in a good spot where honestly, like you're doing well on Twitter, that you've grown quite a lot on Twitch, like in because you started like January,
Yeah,
right? And
yeah.
you've been growing pretty steadily.
Uh-huh.
So I think the combination of that, of you have your brand like down, right, as far as like your style, what you're working on, and you have this really cool project that you're doing with Passion Portraits.
Oh no,
Like you have all the pieces,
I
and
can't escape it. Sorry. I was okay. When we were waiting for the hour to hit, I was talking with Ace about the pressure of people telling me that I'm gonna be like that I'm gonna do well or whatever. Cause like I talked to Kuma about this a lot. And for people that don't know, Kuma is my manager in training and like my little helper. She's my imp. Um, she's like, yeah, it's because people have faith in you that you're gonna do well, and like I really appreciate the sentiment, but at the same time, it's like, and if I don't, I'm gonna let these people down. Like that's like the fear of failure that goes use multiple cores with hyper. Huh? Use multiple cores with hyperthreading. What? I read my name. Sorry, I got distracted. What? Is that a different Is that a different thing? Anyways, it's like at the same time of being like reassured that people think that I'm going to do well. It's like at the same time it's scary cuz like I don't know that I will cuz the future is uncertain, and then that plays into the fear of failure that a lot of creatives feel just generally. Sorry, I rambled on too much about
no, you're fine. Where, yeah, you got the sauce.
yeah.
And why it's saying like, so computer processors kind of like, you know how like you have like right brain, left brain, right?
Mm.
You say you have kind of computer processors work the same way. They have cores, which is
Mm.
actual like logical processing units, and then so he's saying that you have like, yeah, multiple cores so you can multitask well, like multiple like
Yeah.
processing units.
Yeah.
And then hyperthreading is like where it can further be split more by cutting one in half and like having it alternate. Yeah.
Yeah, like oh my god, I literally already forgot the name of see, this is the trade-off is I have a really bad memory, an incredibly bad memory where like 5 minutes from me saying to you that I'm not going to forget your robot hand, I forget your robot hand. Like it's the trade-off of, oh yeah, I can do different things at the same time, but instead of that, I get to forget my sentences every 5 minutes. I get like rebooted, I guess. It's like it's a bit that I'm like a little bit smooth-brained. That's alright.
I mean, I think that's a fine trade-off, right? Like,
I
that's
guess
why
so.
I'm here to remind you. Hey, the hand.
The hand. I'm doing it now, I swear. You can see it. I haven't forgotten.
You're drawing it real well, I must say. I would love watching your work.
Oh, thank you. I'm happy. It's a little bit. Yeah, only a little bit. It's not that bad. I can remember most things. Apparently not people's faces, or what I ate for breakfast, or Ace's robot hand, even though this is like my 4th time forgetting about it, or any other important stuff. But ask me anything about anything that does not matter at all to anyone except for me, and I can go off about it. Yeah, I've been making some friends. I know, shocker. I'm shy. You making friends? What? Crazy.
Why
and
is it so crazy?
No, just because like I've made 3 VTuber friends so far, and that's you, Ani, and Nyabi, who I had on stream like a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And it's because like it's hard for me to start talking to people like IRL or online, but I've been talking about the My Immortal thing, and like I can give you so much My Immortal trivia, but I cannot tell you what my father looks like. Like it's such a funny trade-off. It's like I've been nerfed so hard, but by like whatever's going on with my brain, that maybe I'll find out someday. But like it's really funny. At least like I'm the kind of person to laugh about it. My family was really worried about like my motor tics, for example, because like when you think of like I'm 1 criteria short of Tourette's because I don't have vocal tics. Like that's the only reason that I don't have Tourette's is I don't have vocal tics. But my motor tics, my family was like really concerned about for a while, and my response to like hearing this information from like the neurologist was just like, yeah, but it's funny though, so I don't care about it. Yeah, but my motor tics are funny though, so we'll just let them stay.
I developed Doc. It makes for a good bit.
Yeah, I developed my stutter as a bit, and now I stutter like uncontrollably. It's funny that it's funny. It's character building, right? It's like whatever.
That's crazy. What?
Oh yeah, wait, did I not tell you that? Did I not tell you I developed my stutter as a bit?
I don't think you did.
Kuma can confirm, cause she's my high school friend, and this happened in high school. I would like stutter as like a bit, you know, like the anime boy stutter of like the hey and I would like do that like as a bit, like just for like however long, like until people like stopped thinking it was funny. And then like now I have a genuine stutter that I cannot get rid of, but I'm not trying to get rid of it because it's funny as hell. That I think it's funny if anybody ever asks for me to put on my resume, I do developed as a stutter as a bit, where can they go from me? Because if I can develop a stutter as a bit, what else can I do? You know? It's like the possibilities are endless. Maybe they should have it end though.
Your brain for the bit.
Yeah. I'll do anything for the bit.
Usually people do the other thing where they rewire their brain to like stutter less.
Nah.
But you do the opposite.
Yeah. Because it was funny, I guess. Yeah, it's funny how that happened. I can't believe I haven't told you that before. I feel like I feel like I say that all the time. I guess I haven't. I forget what I talk about on stream and IRL, so I always ask
I mean, you
about.
might have probably brought up a lot. I just like missed the times on stream when you did mention it.
I
Unlucky.
forgot. I forgot what that kind of acting is. Do you mean method acting? I didn't method act. I
acting.
didn't method act myself into a stutter, if that's what you're asking about. But yeah, it's like it's so funny. I think it's one of the funniest, like, if I ever do like a two truths and a lie, I'll usually do like I developed a stutter as a bit. I was in Japan when the earthquake happened, and
It shook up
and
your
oh my God.
brain.
Yeah.
And your speech.
Yeah, that's why I stutter now. It's because the earthquaked. Oh yeah, there was an earthquake earlier today. Maybe that's why my brain is not working. Is because I was jostled too hard.
For me, it was because Mercury is in retrograde.
I got mercury poisoning from my microwave. That's yeah.
They don't put mercury in modern microwaves, do they?
No.
Microwave mercury?
I don't think so. I just think the words sound the same, so it makes a funny bit.
I looked it up and it said you shouldn't microwave mercury. I'm like, yeah, that's true.
I mean, hell yeah, you shouldn't. No, why would you microwave mercury? There was an earthquake. I didn't feel it. How did you not feel it? It was intense. It was like 5 seconds of
Japan
that was
moment.
Yeah. It was like an hour. How long have we been streaming? It was like 3 hours ago. Yeah.
So right before, like right before we started.
Yeah, like literally. Actually, though. Okay. Okay, this is going fine.
It was people jumping up and down in excitement for the stream. You'd be registered on the Richter scale.
Yeah, Kuma was too locked in. Kuma's doing some awesome epic art for me.
Apparently, yeah. It was like that intense.
She's so focused. It's crazy.
Locked in.
She should be going to sleep. She usually goes to bed like way earlier than me, but like ever since like finals have hit, we've both been like, I'll leave my room to like go like wash my hands or whatever, and then I'll just like run into her, and it's like fucking like 3 a.m. and I'm like, what are you doing awake right? Like, cause I'm used to being up at like 4 a.m. That's like normal for me, but Kuma sleeps. She's sleepy, so whenever she's up, I'm like, holy shit, hi. Here in the East Coast, you don't have earthquakes. In my area, you have tremors from people setting off fireworks.
Explosives and fireworks.
Oh yeah, we both had monster. I had 2 today. I'm not going to sleep tonight.
Going through it.
Yeah, I am basically all done. I have a test like basically like the day after stream, so I'm gonna like do that, but it's at home, so I don't care.
Easy.
Yeah. And then I have like a bunch of other people have to present. I already did my presentation, but these eyes are annoying me.
My annoying eyes.
No, it's just I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting how to draw eyes, so I have to keep looking at at my own art to remember how I draw. I don't know if that has any any application to like tech, but I keep forgetting how I do stuff, so I have to like, how the hell do I draw?
That's how people forget how to do basic math. I mean, like.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, I don't know I don't know.
+5.
I don't know my multiplication tables, and I don't know. I can barely count. I wish that was a bit. I'm known for being really bad at art at counting. Thank you for the art save. Oh shit! I'm running out of storage space. I gotta delete some stuff.
Oh snap! You need to get you more storage.
Yeah. How do I do that? I think I'm just gonna like put a lot of stuff on on my hard drive that I'm not using.
Download more storage.
You can download storage?
No.
How dare
Data's
you
gotta
trick
exist
me?
somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's a matter of physics.
I'm stupid. We literally talked about that like 10 minutes ago, how I'm smooth brain. But yeah, I have a hard drive that I'm gonna move a lot of stuff to, so it is not gonna be that big of a deal anymore. But maybe I'll even like get more data in my computer, make my life easier, so I don't have to use my hard drive for literally everything.
True. That unrelated, and why I talked about like physics too, and that as well. It's so funny how often that someone's like, why can't we, or they're trying to propose, hey, can we do this thing, and make a completely impossible proposal. For example, there's a famous was a computer scientist who they were the person who made one of the first human readable programming languages, COBOL. And someone asked them they needed to do communication from, I think, somewhere in the Pacific, maybe it might have been Japan, to the US in less than 5 milliseconds. Impossible.
Yeah.
You cannot, nothing travels that fast.
Yeah.
Light does not travel that fast. So they're like, I can't do it. Why not? Physics.
Physics. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I don't think. If somebody says something, it's truth. Until I verify otherwise, I'm very gullible. You tell me there's gold on the ceiling, I'll look up for sure. But yeah, it's cause I'm not thinking right now, I'm drawing. Don't make me use my brain when I'm using half of it to yap and half of it to render, okay?
Wait, what's it show on the top of the canvas?
Oh
see
shit,
that?
what? There's something up there, huh? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You should look.
Yeah. That's crazy. It's so crazy.
That's wild. Wilden.
Crazy. Oh yeah, we're a talk show. I should probably ask another question.
Yeah.
Music is cool. We talk about music all the time.
Like
guitar. Music enjoyer. Like, I don't know. Go off about music. What have you been? I mean, I know I asked what your favorite current song is, but I don't know. Go crazy.
Blossom 2.
Yeah.
Music.
Music exists.
It does. I'm sorry that you couldn't go see Origami Angel live.
I'm so sad.
Yeah,
I will later, but just
I hope so. I hope they go to Japan, because it was so weird that I showed you and you're like, I like them. And I looked and they're touring Japan.
Yeah.
It's like, why would they do that?
I know.
Oh,
it's sad.
Really, it was like there's a scene for them there. Like they're fifth wave emo. I didn't know there were 5 waves of emo.
I can't even count that high.
Do I have the fingers for it?
I have the fingers. I just lose track of which one I'm on.
Okay. But yeah, shame about that. One. Yes, we're talking about how things intersect with VTubing, especially. What's up?
Sorry, it's tomorrow.
The show?
Yeah, watch me drop everything and go to Origami Angel tomorrow. I have shit that I have to do.
Like,
but
as in, like, wait, so because it's already Monday for you, right?
Yeah, it's it's
so it's Tuesday.
It's the 20th. It's the 20th at 11 p.m.
Oh.
So in like an
so
hour, it'll be today.
Do you think there's still tickets?
No.
Hold on, let me go see.
I can't afford them. I paid for the rigging. I paid off the rigging for the first giveaway model. I can't afford going anywhere or doing anything.
I can't read Japanese. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of the model, have you seen it? Have you seen the giveaway model that I was doing?
Yeah, I did see that.
I'm so happy with it. I think it looks so cool. I'm so excited to see it rigged.
I mean, you always cook.
I'm just really happy it looks good, and I think the person likes it, which is all that I need. So
They better. It was a giveaway.
Yeah, I'm spending like
I love seeing you draw it on stream. Like you really captured the design while making it yours.
yeah, I don't think I could ever do 3D model or a VTuber model where I can't edit the design in some way. Cause like if I see something that like, oh hey, this would look so much better if it was this, like I'm gonna do it. And I feel like people that are too strict on like super strict on what their design looks like would get so pissed off by that. I think
like we said earlier,
yeah.
clients just expectations.
I think I'm always gonna like whenever I do open VTuber model comms, I'm gonna be like, hey, so there's like a 90% chance that I'll edit the design somehow. If you're not okay with that, go with somebody else.
I'm totally cool with that. I love seeing. Honestly, I usually just let my artists go free reign. I'm like, hey, go cook. I want to see what you go.
Yeah, one of the artists that I was looking to commission on VGen when I have the funds to do so literally has a commission option that is just called Let Me Cook, and it's like a skeb. It's a skeb thing, and I'm like, yes, that's exactly what I want. I try to like give artists as much free reign as I can because I am an artist and I like when people do that for me. So it's like, hey, like do whatever you think is gonna look the best and be the most fun for you. That's the most important thing for me. Like I'll like it either way. The reason that I'm commissioning you is I like your work, so just do that. But for me,
I want to see you draw me, right? In whatever way you're most comfortable. Yeah, that show's sold out. Dang.
Kuma warned me about doing something too painterly, so I did not listen. I'm doing the hair in a very different style. I am worried. I only have an hour left. Less than an hour left.
Are we sticking to that strict time frame?
I'm
down to go longer.
I want to
chat more. The piece is good.
I want to get the art done, at least this art done by then. But yeah, I'm gonna be online for later, so we can still hang out. But like, yeah. I want to finish like the passion portraits, wham wham, in the 4 hours. So it's less expensive to get a video edited if it's like shorter.
True, this shorter, yeah. And I hope you've been putting like markers and timestamps on.
I have not. I've been busy drawing.
That's true. It's just how much can you multitask?
Yeah.
I always like doing that because it just makes like it's much more simpler to edit for yourself and for who you send it off to.
Yeah, no, I'm very much of the mind of I can do 2 things. 3 things is too much. that's asking a lot for me.
A dual core processor.
Yeah, I got exactly 2 things I can do, and currently that is drawing and talking. So, yeah, Kuma, you warned me, and I didn't listen.
A shame. You got any more covers in the works?
Okay, how many people are here right now? I'm working on something for Halloween.
Halloween? Wow, you're planning far ahead.
I'm a very much a far ahead planner because I basically only have big projects that I want to do. I wanna do a bunch of song covers, but like I keep forgetting like how to like strip music from vocals. So I'm like, yeah, I'm like, if it's gonna take me a lot of money or time to like remake a track anyway, why not just like do something big?
True.
So that's kind of my mindset of it. Yeah.
I showed you how to extract.
I know, but my brain.
I told you that you can send me songs. I'll do it for you.
I feel bad. I don't want to like. I don't know. It's like I don't know. I feel like I don't want to impose myself. That's kind of why. Okay, Ace, don't make fun of me. It's kind of why I keep asking you. This is the second time I'm asking you to do passion portraits. It's because like I know that like this is a good way to get you to sit and talk to me for 4 hours.
I don't blame you because I am kind of a hard person to lock down and very busy especially. Please feel free to reach out to me, and if you want to like have a long talk if you're working and you just want to chat off stream, I'll make the time for you. Okay?
I accidentally hit my mic.
You're like,
Sorry,
hey,
guys.
can you come on stream so we can chat? It's like, I will, but like, you don't have to. We don't have to do it this like format.
That makes me feel better because like with Nyavi, who I'm gonna like just work on commissions and talk to like later this week. Like it's just because she comes to me a lot, and that gives me a lot of reassurance of like, hey, this person likes talking to me. It's easy for me to like reach out and like, hey, do you want to do this and this and that? But like other than that, I'm so shy. It's so hard. It's so hard for me to like talk to people because I am so self-conscious. Like I know I'm a yapper, but I'm so shy. I'm like I'm really bad at like knowing like when somebody like enjoys my company or not. So like
Yeah.
that's okay. Honestly,
if it helps for me to reach out to you more, I will, because I'm very bad about that.
that would be so nice.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, I'll do that then.
guys, that's the real reason that I'm doing passion portraits. It's to get people to talk to me for 4 hours straight. That's it. I just want to get to know people and trick them into being my friend with art. That's the secret behind it. It's hey Jingle Jingle, you want art? I can give you art. Talk to me and be my friend.
Hey, that's what got me. That's the reason why we freaking like me and Wyatt won't approach each other about playing Ghost of Tabor. Yeah, my VR setup back running, but I mean that's what enticed me. I saw you post on Content Creator Study Hall, and it was like, I'll interview you and do art. I'm like, whoa! I get to yap and get art done of me. Sign me up.
Let me just say, I've had a lot of people interested for passion portraits, which is awesome. But like, it's so hard to pick people now because there's so many people that want to do it, and I don't know who wants to be my friend and who wants to just get free art. It's like it's hard to navigate, which is like why I'm taking my time to like try to figure out who would be like interesting to work with and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
but
I think the big thing is with passion portraits, it's most important to select for people who are passionate about something. Like if you can get the vibe where they're really into a thing, I think naturally you can bond over, even if you're not into the same thing, right? I'm into tech and you're not as into that, but even then, like some people who are innately passionate about those things in those ways and are able to like share those things, I think that is a very good first step to building rapport. And if the vibes are good, then good.
I am super passionate about whatever people are passionate about. I love learning and listening to people like talk about, even if I don't understand it. Like Kuma is super into like movies, and like I don't watch movies except for like I'll rewatch the same movies from my childhood, but I don't watch like new movies all the time. Sometimes I'll just like Kuma will tell me about like a movie, and I'll be like, hey, tell me the plot and like explain to me why it's cool, and she'll just like talk about it, and it's like the sweetest thing ever because like watching people like talk about their interests and stuff, they like have a different energy about them of like they brighten, and it's like I get to bask in that. You're telling me I get to take part of whatever gives you joy, and all you have to do is like tell me about something that makes you happy. That's like such a cool thing. It's like if I can tap into that myself, surely people would want to like watch that, like people would want to like see that. Other people would want to appreciate that too. That was like,
oh yeah, for sure,
a big part of passion portraits for me is like, how do I spread this joy as far as I possibly can? Because I need more of it. The rest of the world needs more of it. How do I share it?
And I want it. That's why I'm here.
Yeah,
I need it.
Kuma, I love your
yapping. Directly
yapping.
to my veins.
It's every single time that I hear somebody just genuinely going off about whatever makes them happy, it like brightens my day to a level that is like impossible to describe. Oh yeah. Even if you have to listen to the same movie plot 3 times over, Kuma told me the same fucking movie plot beat for beat 3 separate times because I was sitting next to her at dinner, and she was telling 3 different people, or I was one of them. She was telling 2 different people the movie plot, and then I was just next to her the whole time, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna tell you the same exact thing." And I love her, so I'm not gonna like leave the conversation. So I'm just sitting there like, yes, and then he did this. I already know this. Can we move on to something else? But like it doesn't matter because she was genuinely interested in the thing, and like that rubbed off onto me, which made me genuinely interested in the thing, which made it bearable that I listened to the same conversation fucking 3 times. That's how it works. I love like taking everyone's energy and just going, you know? Sorry. I'm really passionate about people's passions.
You're fine. And I mean, it's that, right? Like, if you select for people who, and I don't think it's hard to get the vibe that people who are passionate about something and really want to share something will make it clear in the application that you can go on their stream and just do like a quick vibe check and see like, oh, like it's really easy to tell if someone's really into something, right? By if they talk about it on stream, if they're actually streaming the thing.
Yeah.
If you select for that, and I think you will find the people that you will have the best conversations with, and hopefully you will be able to befriend the easiest. And it's better to have, like, if a lot of people have reached out, it's better to have a lot of options and be able to be selective than it is to, you know, like, have few and essentially need to, if you want to do the project and be consistent about it, need to select whoever just comes by.
Guess what? The fox rode upon you and attack your model is adorable, and I love how responsive expression and lively the rigging motion, especially the eyes. Stop! Thank you. I appreciate all of the compliments. I was talking about like voice and stuff earlier. It's like it's like I'm just like giving you all of me that I possibly can through the screen of like I did my art, and I mean I chose the rigger. That's as much as I could do for rigging. But like I'm really happy that you are appreciating all of the stuff that I can give you right now, because I'm having a lot of fun doing all the stuff, doing the thing. I don't like this hair, so I'm gonna start over.
You draw the hair so fluffy. I like how you've lit it this time as well.
But I'm gonna try again, and then I'll get to decide between the two which one is better for the final.
Whatever makes you happy. I'm already happy without turning out, so I just want you to cook.
I think I love how I can see the progress that like literally only 4 months, or like 4 months has made. I think that's a big part of the project for me too, is like watching me like force myself to draw in 4 hours is gonna be like really cool to see like how much I can get done. Because like time drawing is like, oh my god, if it wasn't for this, I would never do it because it's so difficult. Like I usually hate time drawing, but it's a fun challenge, I guess.
Freaking deadlines. Yeah, because especially if you're trying to do it for, like, if you're doing comm work, right? That turns out time is money. Being faster at art means that you are being, you're getting more money for your time.
Yeah, it's gonna be important for me to be able to do this kind of stuff, because one of my dream goals is to eventually do like illustration and design for corpo work, and to be able to get there, I have to improve my skill, right? Nyavi was so sweet. I showed her like a design that I'm working on, and she said that I have the talent. Like she thought it, like she could have seen it as a corpo thing, which is like a huge compliment, because like that's one of the dream goals, right? Is to like be a design person for whatever. But like if I want to be able to genuinely do that one day, I have to be able to meet deadlines, which is really scary for me because I hate that. We literally talked about earlier how I will just like cancel because I don't like how it's going. So being able to like just sit down and draw for like 4+ hours. Honestly, I was drawing for like hours before our meeting. I've been drawing like literally all day today. It's just like really helpful in order to like improve my stamina too. We got so off topic. We started talking about music and we got here.
I mean, because hey, talking about passions, like hearing you talk about art's really nice.
I'm happy you like it. Phase? Oh, because you said that there was something on top of the. You said there was something on top of the canvas, and I didn't see it, so I got sad.
Oh, my bad.
You lied to me. How could you?
Yeah. I did ask about your cover. People get freaking high effort with covers in the VTubing space. Freaking full mix and master, timing, like crazy visuals,
Mhm.
custom art. They're putting like hundreds of dollars, pushing like four-figure values on this
Yeah.
on like covers in the indie space.
Yeah, I did that for my
Oh,
cover and it only has like 200 views, but I had fun, so that's all that counts.
yeah, I mean, if you were happy with what you paid for it, and it goes
Mhm.
back to this thing we're talking about, business investment versus I like it, it's art, I want it.
Mhm. But yeah, that was me with my cover. It's such a pleasure to work on music and like I love vocal work and doing as much of it as I can to like increase my skill is also the thing. When I'm over the summer, if I have the money for it, if I can get the funds, I would love to do I mean I'm already doing like voice acting training, but I'd love to do like singing training if I can, just because like I love music and it's always been like something that I've wanted to do. When I was a kid, I wanted to be like an idol. Like I wanted to do like a lot of vocal stuff. I've always wanted to be uh I wanted to be the princess and the rock star or whatever from Barbie, but it's like it's just that's like I keep going back to this. Why I love VTubing so much is I have this space to try out all of my different interests and passions and hobbies and put them into one thing that maybe I'll be able to make my life that I desperately want. I need to make this my life because I love this format just so much. I don't know. Does that sound desperate that I need this? It's how I feel about VTubing, I guess.
And I don't think it's a desperate thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's not like you don't feel like you're entitled to it.
No.
So then I don't think it's a desperate thing. Where there are people who, and I understand their frustration.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen posts where they're like, I hate it when people tell me that, I just have to be myself. I have to keep trying
Mm-hmm.
and saying like, oh, just treat it like a hobby when I'm trying to make it work for money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not solvent. I'm like, I understand you want to make it
Mm-hmm.
like profit from it and like be able to make a living off of it, but this is one of the hardest spaces to be in the green on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That there's so many people in the space. There's some people doing it for hobbies. There's so many people with like, it's so the gap between the smallest creator and the biggest one is so wide
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
you can't feel entitled about it. And
Yeah.
even if like I know like I'm thinking about a situation when they're saying like they're disabled and it's like essentially the only work they can do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I feel that, and I hope it works out for you.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that mindset is conducive to you
Yeah.
succeeding, or is it if it's just toxic.
I feel like I mean I've always been like gratitude is a huge thing for me. I've grown on to like I've been like when I was a child, one of my like earliest memories is my mom like coming into my room like late at night like tucking me in and saying, "Okay, what are we thankful for today? What are we thankful for today?" It's become like such a big part of my mindset of gratitude of like my situation and my everything that I have and my like skill, like gratitude to be able to hone my craft because I'm not worried about like where I'm gonna get my next meal, like that kind of thing. Like even just that in itself is like being able to have gratitude for everything that you do, for like everything, like even the smallest things. I'm so grateful that Kuma is like 2 rooms away from me because we have a good relationship and I'm thankful for that. Like being able to have gratitude for the people that are just cool with hanging out with me like while I stream and yap is such a big thing for me and I'm like so grateful for like all this stuff and it hurts whenever I see people be like I deserve this like even though it might be true because like think about because that's a mindset of envy of like jealousy of like I don't have this when you could instead focus on like how far you have made it from yesterday, from 2 years ago, from 10 years ago. It's like being able to find things that you're grateful for is so important. And I feel like the VTuber community who is like can sometimes be like really competitive. I think it's important to put aside like jealousy and feelings like that and instead be grateful for the progress that you have made.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that you were raised like that, because it's something that it, you're raised well, right? And
Mostly.
yeah. That I mean, hearing that about your mom, and I know that your dad's been very supportive of
Yeah.
your journey, and has been like instrumental in
He-
getting you
yeah.
to where you are now.
He's
It's like that's good.
I find it so funny when people don't I find it so funny when people are like, "Oh, blank didn't tell their family that they were a VTuber, and now they're like now like with Pekora, right? Like, oh, she didn't tell her mom she was a VTuber, and now now Pekora's mom is a VTuber or whatever." Right? It's like stuff like that. I find is like so funny because I could never keep that a secret from my family. My uncle is gonna help me on my next cover. We're doing
What?
a Pop Girls Pump cover, and he's a guitarist. Like, he loves guitar. He has the ability to be an entertainer. But are we barking? Are we barking? Is that what's going?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll go over to Akuma's room and just bark at her or stare at her. It's how I show appreciation. We bite each other as a form of love language. We're dogs. That's the secret. If I wasn't a Cupid, I'd be a dog. I love biting people. You think it's a bit for the
I
stream,
believe you.
but no, I just bite people. It's what I do.
Think one of your AUs should be like you're Cupid, but you're a dog.
I have
Cupid,
you
bite people instead of shooting arrows.
I have an anniversary one year. I want to do like a puppy love theme where it's like puppy eyed you, but like play on words with puppy love, because like I love that idea of like a love that's so sweet and like cute and like that kind of thing. And I feel like that's a really good theme to have. So it's definitely on my list. But yeah, it's like I think that comparing yourself to others, what is it? Comparison is the thief of joy, death of happiness. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the two.
I've heard both, I think.
Yeah. It's like if you compare yourself to others at all, ever, I think it's like that's how you lose yourself. It's so important to be able to just like say, "Hey, you know what? I'm doing so much better now than I was like 3 months ago. Let's see, can I just mini break to take a look at this? Like the colors, I like the colors of the previous one, but like look at this, like even just the rendering difference and like anatomy and stuff. Like if I was a lesser person, I would be like, well, I still don't like it. It's not as good as this artist that I look up to.
The face is like so much more proportional.
Yeah, it's like if you compare yourself to other people and not yourself from a different time, you're gonna lose so much. It's like
and the way you drew like the collar, like the turtleneck. So much more dimension. It's good.
It's like I feel like artists also usually fall into this trap of comparing themselves to like the biggest names, and I do it a lot too. I get inspired by like Nano and like Maza and like all those like big names, and like Kamo. I love all of their art. I love like all their like creativity and their like style and all that cool stuff. But at the same time, like you have to be able to like let go of comparing yourself to other artists or content creators or whatever, and instead like I said, compare yourself to the kind of person that you were yesterday or a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm looking at you improve your craft. I definitely feel better in like different like electronic stuff. And just like moving up. We're getting there.
Yeah. I didn't know it was gonna be so sappy today. Sorry about that. It's late at night. That's my excuse. I swear I'm not this happy all the time. Yes, I am. I'm lying.
But it's coming through.
I'm the kind of person like I said, I'll just go up to Kuma and just like look at her, because like that I'm just so happy and grateful to like have people around me. Like that's like okay. When I was like deciding whether or not I wanted to interview you for Passion Portraits, whether or not it was comfortable for you, I definitely stalked your Twitch. I, honest to God, I'm not a stalker, but I do it occasionally. I'm a hobbyist stalker. I'm not a professional
It's crazy thing to
yet.
say.
But it was like it was like a lot of fun. Like you were saying, like watching people like talk about their passions and stuff. Like I knew that like you're somebody that's like really passionate about tech and stuff, which is like how I knew we would get along because you have passion like and have a lot of stuff that you like care about and like that's all that I need to be friends with somebody is like do they care about something and can I talk to them about it? Like that's all I need. Yeah. So don't tell anyone that
It's a cool project you have.
I that's a cool project that I have. Let me taste it. Give it to me. I'm gonna chew on it. I'm gonna like see what it tastes like. It's so funny. I have a scheduled post of like a meme of like show give me your VTuber model and I will tell you what you taste like when I bite you. I'm so excited for that. I think it's gonna be funny. I didn't realize that I would make biting people like that big of my brand, but apparently it's a very integral part of my character. Being able to bite people is very
How this
important.
happened?
Apparently,
Yeah, and you should do like a tier list on stream, not just like
a snack tier list.
a tweet. Yeah, snack tier list.
Yeah,
Most
most edible VTubers.
VTuber. Yes.
That'd be fun. Kuwin and I did most edible Digimon before. That was a lot of fun.
Yo.
Just like for ourselves. I love just doing random tier lists. Like, hey, we're gonna make a tier list today. Let's talk about the most edible Pokemon. Let's like sorry, way big tangent. I'm always so curious on how people find me because like I know like I like a lot of people found me through like my Pokemon streams and like stuff like that. And like some people find me through my Twitter, like through my posts that like did super well, or like people find me through you or Ani or like all these people that I'm like doing cool stuff with. Like, sorry, look at how much better that is. It's so much more defined. Anyways, um, it's like
Yeah.
it's
Oh yeah.
it's
Yeah, I like that.
so interesting to see like how people like find you. I don't know. Is that something that you think about a lot? Of like, yeah. Wait, didn't you ask that
Oh, yeah.
question in your stream the other day?
I did, and it is interesting. And oftentimes I will ask people like how they come to stream. So on the topic of electronics, I have these little like open source radios called Meshtastic. So they're like meshing radios. They'll like you can message other people because they kind of work like a cell network, right? Where a tower will talk to another tower, stuff like that. But like, I have a Meshtastic radio, and the name of it is my website, Acerola.space.
Oh, that's cool.
And someone joined my stream and was like, "I think I found your Meshtastic node." I'm like, I did not think anyone would come through that. Hello, welcome.
That's so crazy. I mean, graffiti is illegal. I would never graffiti anything. But what if I, when I was in Hawaii, I tagged a bunch of stuff with my VTuber handle? Wouldn't that be funny? Hypothetically speaking.
Yeah. I mean, okay, like if you
in a video game,
graffiti, stickers, unironically stickers, right? If you have stickers with like your freaking like tag in them, that is like when I go to music videos, you see a lot of stickers, and honestly, sometimes I'm kind of tempted to like look up what like where it go to.
I want to make
so it's kind of like a small billboard in that way.
Not the like I said, I'm working with somebody that I'm not allowed to talk that much about, but I can say they were talking to me and they were like, "Hey, are you interested in doing like merchant stuff like eventually?" And I was like, "You have no idea. I want to do merch so bad. I want to like design clothing and accessories and all this cool stuff. And please, I want to do keychains and stickers. And I don't even care if they sell. I just want them for me. I want to put my face over everything.
They just need to exist.
Like existing in 2D space, like 3D 2D space is just so cool. I don't know. There's something about it that's just like, wow. Business card as branding, yeah. What if I just like
business cards,
left the business cards all over the place?
Yeah, business card stickers, stuff that you can leave around, somewhat discreet, not illegal, right? I guess it's technically vandalism depending where you put it, but like In the right spots, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
I remember Fee, they were looking into apparently you can rent out like a billboard on Times Square for like not like surprisingly little money, but for like
Mm-hmm.
a short period of time, and they were like trying to get that sorted.
That'd be fun. I want to have
Is
a Times Square.
guerrilla
Oh my
marketing.
God! Wait. Okay. 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 Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out.
Oh.
After graduation, East Coast trip. I go to New York. I do the billboard thing, and then I go see all my friends on the East Coast.
You hit me up. I'd love to meet.
Oh my God, that'd be so fun. That'd be so crazy. Kuma, write this shit down. Write it down. Is that yeah? Oh my God, wait, is that blue in the chat? East Coast trip. Take me with you. Yeah, no, Kuma, you're gonna help me. You're gonna help me put it all together. Writing it down.
Yeah,
Good.
just be careful. It's a little funky. It's stateside right now.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not graduating for a while. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So hopefully things are calm by then.
Oh yeah, for sure. I've been thinking about that. I've been like, yeah, you know what? I think Japan is actually a really good decision for me right
Yeah, I
now.
think you're in a good spot right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're meant to be.
Yeah, crazy, right? I don't know. Yeah.
That's a crazy brush.
I love it. It's my background brush, so I just like wham,
Real
wham,
quick
wham.
picture. Yeah. Boom, 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 just tapping. Look at
Yeah.
that. If I wasn't looking at it, I would be like, man, how long did it take you on the background?
4 seconds.
That's witchcraft. You're getting put in the
gallows. The gallows. Can I go to the gallows?
Why specifically that?
Huh? Because you said witchcraft, so I'd assume you'd put me in the gallows,
Sure.
like chain.
Bring to the stake gallows. Yeah, true, fair.
That doesn't say anything about my character that I want to go in the gallows. I just think it'd be funny.
For the bit, you understand? It's for the bit.
I gave myself
developing a stutter.
I gave myself a stutter for a bit. Yeah, I can go to the gallows for the bit. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean anything more than that.
Speaking of witches, though, I've visited Salem, Massachusetts. You know, where the witch trials happens. Pretty interesting historical area because they have like a lot of I guess public exhibits showing the history off. But the people there are fascinating because it's like half normal looking touristy people and then half witchy goths.
I love that. That's so awesome.
There's so many witchy goths there.
I love witches. Okay, like unironically, like witchcraft and all that stuff. I fuck with it so hard. It's so cool. Like my great aunt or somebody in my family was like a Christian witch of like, yeah, I'm gonna do tarot. I'm gonna do all this like Christian spellcraft. I think that's super cool. And then I was like, I didn't meet them, but my dad was telling them about it because I wasn't really into like tarot in high school. And I was like, yeah, did you know that your family did that? And I was like, oh shit, that's funny. It's funny how that turns out. Yeah, I love goth so much. Oh my God, I was talking to one of my friends about how I need to find myself an alternative boy. I don't shut up about. Oh my God, that's so funny. Sorry, talking about people with alternative fashion. Whenever I see somebody with wearing alternative fashion, and Kuma is with me in the train station around Japan, I will straight up bark. I will go to Kuma. I will look at her. I'll be like, woof, woof, woof. And she knows that I see a pretty person nearby, and then she'll turn to me. Literally, she said a couple of times, "You have a problem." And I do. I am aware. And being aware of your addiction is the first step towards recovery. I'm addicted to barking at pretty people.
You don't have a problem. You have a solution, and they're right there. You're pointing and barking at them.
Yeah. Hopefully, maybe one day someone will notice me after I bark at them, but they just don't. Maybe I'm too quiet. Maybe that's a secret. I just gotta bark louder.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Can you confirm? I never lie. Never lie. So yeah, I don't bark at people. I bark at Kuma so she knows that I want to be barking at people.
Wilden.
Yeah, it's not that big of a problem. It's just funny. It's for the bit, and not because yeah.
You're gonna do something illegal, but don't worry, it's for the bit.
What? No, I never would have done that. Give me another 10 years so statute of limitations can be over, and then I'll tell you a story.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the statute of limitations on accidentally stealing things?
Accidentally stealing.
Yeah.
In Japan or the US?
The States, maybe.
Yeah. Also, doesn't Japan have like a crazy like conviction rate?
Yeah.
It's just like you do not want to do crimes there.
You do
like,
not.
It doesn't matter if you did it.
Even like running.
Anything.
Okay,
yeah.
it's good because like if you run somebody over, you're in jail for like almost life. Basically, it's like so hard to not be in jail for life, which makes the roads incredibly safe, which is inherently a good thing. I can just walk on the roads and know that I won't get run over because the laws are so strict. It's like I love Japanese laws because of that. It's like I know I'm gonna be safe because the roads and everything is just like the laws are strict, so it's easy to know that you're safe.
Yeah, I'm glad the car culture there. I mean, like there's like racing scene, people go out in like the toge and be crazy. But in the US, it's crazy our car culture and how much we've let like people get away with because we can't really like rock the boat.
Yeah.
Where someone will die and be like, "Oh, died in an auto collision." It was like someone was driving the car. The car didn't like roll into them coincidentally. It's being operated. They got killed by someone.
Very much so, yeah. I love Japan car culture. I feel so safe as a pedestrian, and I walk fucking everywhere now, right? Just because like it's so easy to, so you might as well. But like I would not be able to do that in the States because it's so scary. I'm scared to walk anywhere in the States just because like how bad it is.
It's not safe. Like there's no sidewalks. The transit wasn't like built for that. So when I visited Japan, I was like, it's so nice to be able to just get around like by walking and by the rail.
Yeah, it's I don't know why some people are afraid of the idea of walkable cities because like they're genuinely so nice. Like it's so nice to be able to just like walk everywhere. I mean, not that I have to walk to work because I don't work. I'm #unemployed. But being able to walk to school, like it's such a nice walk. It's like I get to pass like a bunch of parks and stuff. It's like it's so calming, and I think it's so awesome.
It is great. It says it depends where you are. U.S. cities are not very walkable. Small towns are pretty good. There are walkable U.S. cities, but the ones that are really desirable to live in. So being in those like really in proximity in areas that are walkable is super expensive. Manhattan, poppin', so much stuff going on there. Good luck renting or buying anything there. And small towns are good, where they're like can be reasonably affordable but pretty walkable. College towns are really good for that. Essentially, all like the good walkable smaller towns in the U.S. are all college towns because you want the students to be able to get around and get to class.
I'm it's looking like I'm gonna be living in Texas for a little while, for voice acting stuff after college.
Really?
So it's because it makes the most sense for the kind of work that I want to be doing. But it's also like at the same time like I don't know anything about the mainland United States, so it's like really nerve-wracking for me to be like, yeah, okay, like I'm gonna go here, I guess, because like I said, I don't know anything about it. I mean, I know that a lot of like creatives in the VTuber space are in like LA for like ease of access to each other, which would be like super cool if I got into that kind of space. But
Texas is popular for like bigger creators, especially because like the tax policy there is usually generous to people in that line of work.
I don't know anything about taxes. We literally had this conversation. I'm not thinking about that yet.
You're fine, and it's like cross that bridge later. I don't know was a lot. But yeah, mainland U.S. I think it'll be quite the shock going from
Hawaii, ne?
yeah, you're in Hawaii, now you're in Japan, and then
Yeah, I'm not ready for it, but it'll be fine.
it'll be different for sure. I know
Yeah.
people that have done the change, and they like it, but it took a lot of adjusting.
Hmm. Oh man, I've already
you
done. It's been 3 hours. I don't know what else I can add. I
you
basically
highlighting the
merged all the
spots for
lines.
like was it the highlights there, the lighting?
Yeah, I just like blue. I mean, like you can see my panels and stuff. I love like highlighting with like bright colors.
Yeah.
Like, so I've just been like trying to do that. I love colors. Colors are so cool. Yeah. Oh yeah. Speaking of not that it was not that we've been on this topic but forever. But speaking of hanging out,
Hmm.
I finally have game card capture. I mean, I finally have the CPU, which means I can like finally like play
Heck yeah.
multiplayer games and stuff. I really want to actually play
In the rain.
rivals. I haven't in like so long because my computer hasn't been able to handle it. Um.
True. Yeah, I'm down to play too. Just gotta find a good time, and I mean, it's we could do like the time that we're doing now, like
Mhm.
night for you, morning for me.
Yeah. This time works for me because I go to bed usually at like 2 to 4 a.m. anyways. I'm up. I don't sleep that often. And it's not a problem. I'm not insomniatic. I just
I
like
need to
to be
sleep
awake at
more.
this time. I sleep until noon so I can do this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I don't know.
whatever works for your schedule, right?
Yeah. Like I have a lot of like friends and viewers on the East Coast, so it's like for me it's a little bit like ease of access to people that I want to talk to, but also like I mean, there's the business side of any content creator of like where are the people that want to consume my content and how can I make it easy for them um to be there while not sacrificing too much of myself, right? So like being awake till 2 a.m. isn't that bad. It's not especially if I like wake up at like noon every single day.
Yeah, because it can be weird trying to reach out to different time zones. That makes
Mm,
sense. And yeah, I've got like viewers in Europe,
mm,
Igor's from in Europe,
mm,
so trying to just accommodate for it. I want people, like, to be to have you come by streams, to have like my US viewers come by streams, to have Europeans come by streams, and it's hard to get that all
mm.
worked out.
I'm not looking forward to specifically for timing wise. I don't know how Hawaii is gonna be for like my like 4 months in Hawaii. I don't know how that's gonna affect my time zones and stuff, but I'm hoping that it's not too bad because like I know Hawaii and Japan time are not that different, so maybe it won't be that big of a difference. Or
Yeah, hope not. Yeah.
yeah, we'll see. I have a PC over there, but it's like so bad. Like I have to like turn it on twice for it to turn on. So I'm thinking about just like wiping it and then starting over with it so I can like try and figure out why the hell it doesn't want to work.
Yeah,
But
that might fix it. That's
yeah,
weird.
just like starting. I don't know. Maybe now I have somebody to complain to. Like, hey Ace, my computer doesn't want to turn on. What the fuck do I
I got you. I want to help out.
do? Yeah. Well,
Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick again.
okay. Have a good piss. Have fun.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I I don't know what to do with this anymore because I basically did everything that I wanted to do. Um, I guess I can edit the hue, like the color curves. It's only been like 3 hours and 11 minutes of me drawing so far, and I have a total of 4 hours I'm allotted. But I guess I didn't need it. Ace's design is relatively simple because of the short hair and the relatively like unpatterned clothing, thank God. But it's like what is this? Maybe I can add some more IGTM colors to this illustration. Edit the tonal curves and stuff. Tonal correction. Tonal curve. Let's see what looks good. 'Cause I like bright colors and fantasy colors and all that good stuff. So if I like jack up the blue, yeah, that definitely looks like IG colors. That's some IG colors for sure. I turn everybody that I draw way more blue than they usually are. It's like I love blue and purple and pink, and I use as much of it as I possibly can in my art. So I end up like hue shifting like everybody to be a little bit more blue, like before and after. Like I just like the look of blue a lot. It's nice. Yeah.
I'm surprised you don't shift it pink.
I could, but I think it's just like I like purple a lot, so turning reds blue makes them pink. That's the secret. It is more pink, but because I like blue pink instead of orange pink. The colors I tend to have difficulty seeing. Yeah.
Should I make you invisible? I'm gonna be invisible to you.
Sorry. Yeah. No way did Ace go. Nobody can tell.
Oh no.
Edit. Crank up the saturation. Whoa!
Wow.
Eye-bleedingly bright. I like bright colors. I like. Oh no, I think it's cool. Why his hands like John Cena? Oh my god, we've only been live for 3.5 hours. It feels like, I mean, sorry, no. We've been live for 3.5 hours. It feels like 2 seconds. Feels like absolutely no time.
2 seconds.
Flown by. Yeah.
You're simply operating on a different level than I can even comprehend.
Yeah. We talked about all of my talking points. I don't have anything else. We covered everything. I guess whenever we are ready to end the Passion Portraits segment, I can like do the final questions that I usually ask. But until then, is there anything else that you wanted to like talk about in terms of like your interests or passion projects or anything like that I didn't cover yet?
I really like the conversation this time around, where not only have you improved your artistic craft, that you've become much more natural at streaming, and you're making really good progress.
Streaming for 8 hours a day for a month or two will do that.
Oh yeah, like I've seen it in your streams, and I'm definitely experiencing it firsthand, like here right now with us chatting. So, yeah. I wish you the best of luck on your streaming journey. I like the conversation a lot. We were able to flesh out some more things that we touched on before. I don't think we talked about finances the last time we talked.
No, we didn't. I wrote it down in my notes of things to talk about with you in the future, and then I just have been like too shy to like reach out about like non-problem stuff.
That's fine. I'm going to talk after stream as well. I got time today, and
just
as far as passion portraits go,
just because we end the segment doesn't mean we gotta end the party.
This ain't purely professional,
Mm-hmm.
right? We're not just like friendly on stream, we're friendly off stream too.
Yeah, it's like I've been using this like in my brain. This is like what I'll show people so I can start like opening auditions for passion portraits, but like with editing the video, or like with getting the video edited and all that kind of stuff, like so people can see what this project kind of looks like. But at the same time, I'm lying because like I'm already friends with you, so it's like that's why I had to give the disclaimer at the beginning of like, yeah, so we've already done this and we're already friends, so it's kind of like
Yeah. Like
easier for
we're already
us.
friends.
Yeah.
We've already talked on stream.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm, you know, I'm curious to see how future talks with people you're not as
Mhm.
comfortable with go, and
Yeah.
it's a hard skill to have, but I feel
Mhm.
like you've got the sauce.
I feel like I can do it. I
I think
just
so.
need to know how to shut up more. That's the secret, I think. The opening auditions, sure, it's not like the basement are. Yeah, I'm not kidnapping people. I'm not kidnapping people. I'm not doing that. I'm not. People are free to leave at any time. It's just like if I lure you like a mouse with cheese with cool art, and you end up in my basement. That's like, or you end up in my community. That's just how that goes. I'm not kidnapping people. I'm just saying I'm not I shouldn't have said that I'm tricking people with art. I should have said instead that I am convincing them to talk to me for 4 to 6 hours depending on how long I want to spend on the project. And that's not kidnapping, that is persuasion. Like I persuaded you, Ace, to join my project because it was a cool idea, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I get the app, I get art drawn of me.
Mhm.
What more could I ask for?
Yeah. Hell yeah. That's yeah. When I was I don't know. I hate like talk. I don't like to like I am so manipulative. I'm gonna convince you to hang out with me because of art, but like a little bit of me is like people want to hang out with me for free stuff, so maybe I can use that as a maybe I can use that as an excuse to get to meet some people.
Perhaps, yes.
Maybe. Ugh.
It is enticing, let me say. Like in a space where a lot of people like art, and there's a big art scene. That turns out when you offer it for free, people come
Turns
by.
out
You said you had a
people,
lot of people, interested in the project, right?
yeah, too many. It's hard. I'm gonna have Kuma like look through all of the entries and like see who would be best for me because I can't do it. I want to interview
Yeah.
everyone, but I know it's not a
Wow.
good idea for me to do. Like I would get so tired of it, and I don't want to burn out of this project because I like it so much.
Yeah. Pace yourself. And it's good that you have Kuma to help vet people and figure out the vibes.
Yeah.
What is or was your best subject in school? Are you asking Aiju?
Oh, art.
He says is or was because I'm not like in
uh,
school anymore. So there's no
yeah.
more is for me.
Uh, art, social studies, humanities. The rare one of us. Yeah, humanities, I think, because I think the study of people is really interesting. Um, creative writing. I won my school's slam poetry competition as a sixth grader against the seventh and eighth graders. Number one prize, and it's sad that that's one of my biggest accomplishments, but it is, and I will never shut up about it because I'm very proud of myself for that one.
Be proud.
Yeah, it was so long ago, but I'm so happy. I was like, you know what? It's tiny child against these evil middle school boys. Hell yeah! Of course, I'm gonna think that that's awesome.
True. I guess yeah for both. In high school, I think honestly I did the best in social studies because I had like teachers who really drilled stuff, and I'm really thankful for that because it kind of informs like history is actually way more important than people think,
Mhm.
and I feel like I've gotten a lot of valuable like soft skills from that. And then I guess in my so I am a computer engineer for my bachelor's, software engineering for my master's. I feel like the classes that were the best subjects for me there were like microcontroller related stuff because it was just a little more intuitive to work on that scale and like with hardware, like where hardware and software intersects. So it makes sense. I'm doing that right now. I'm working with microcontrollers.
All the things that I will never understand, but I think are so cool.
I think you get it.
If I really tried, I probably could, but do I need to when I can just ask you about it, you know? Like I'm okay with
Ace,
not
please
knowing a
design me
couple
this
things.
specific device for stream. A head padding machine. Oh yeah, sure.
That's a cool way to draw a heart. Huh? Loves MCU. I don't know what you're referring to. If you're referring to my
MCU, like Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I love
microcontroller.
Head pat machine sounds awesome. That Kuma, you are the head pat machine. I talk about this all the time. Where for some reason I'm incredibly compatible to my friends. And it's probably because I'm friends with a lot of neurodivergent people who like textures, so my hair is a good texture. But like people love to pet me, but the bad thing about that is I am so I have an off switch. I will go the fuck to sleep, and it's by being pet. If somebody pets me for like more than 5 seconds, I will fall asleep. Which is awful because my friends love to do that shit to me. It's very unfortunate, and I hate it. Anyways, I think I don't know what else.
And you fall asleep.
Yeah. Like unironically, it's like I've been nerfed. Like yeah. How funny. God nerfed me by giving me allergies and a bad brain. But actually, it's so much more than that. I have so many nerfs. It's unfair. I need some buffs. Can I get like something, please?
Sorry, you're too OP.
I'm not though. I have too many buffs and not enough and not nearly enough nerfs. I need balancing, better balancing for my build, please. If anybody's out there listening, please give me better nerfs, buffs. Yeah.
What?
Having allergies to dust and living on a farm and loving woodworking hurts. Yeah, I have lung issues. I'm chronically ill. I understand you.
Oh.
Starting from the point and looping it around the left. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like my signature. I think I did good with it, and I think I did good with this piece. I did it in 3 hours 24 minutes.
It looks really good. Like the other one,
yeah.
like your style's coming through a lot, and then like especially for the other one, I think the rendering is a lot better.
Cleaner. Yeah.
More contrasty, which is good. You use colors.
I'm actually using black. Look at that. I have actual black in the. Using black in their art? Who is this? I must be possessed. What happened to me? Oh my god! What the fuck? Yeah, it's weird, but
you're cooking. The proportions are a lot better.
Yeah.
You put a lot of effort into the robo hand. It's not an easy thing to draw. I appreciate that. I'm glad we ran this, you know?
Yeah. I'm happy that I was able to do it again. I was so pissed when I lost the OBS recording of the other one because we had such a good conversation, and I'm so mad that Twitch didn't save it for whatever reason. It's like
because you have to turn on VODs and it's only saved for a certain amount of time.
Yeah. And I apparently have like 0 storage on my computer, so I have to go move everything to a hard drive. I was not able to record this entire thing locally, but I will put it on Twitch and like download it from there. So that's fine.
Yeah, because you said you ran out of space, right?
Yeah, I have to move everything to my hard drive, which is fine. I got a pretty beefy hard drive for like expensive, but worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. On the technical side, I definitely do have a device as far as like data management goes as well, because I don't want you to lose your data.
Yeah. Knowing me, I'll probably lose more in the future.
No, I mean it's.
My dad is texting me.
But...
Sorry, I'm gonna turn off my model for a second.
Okay.
I don't know. He might be here. I don't know if he's here or not. If you are here, if my father is here, hi, Dad. If you're not here, then I just said hi, Dad, to a bunch of people on the internet.
We're all dad today.
Yeah, you know what? Everybody is Dad today. When I was in high school, Kuma was called Dad, and I was also called Dad, and no other variation of the word Dad. It was a running bit in our friend group that we were both Dad, and no other variation on the word Dad. I was father, yes.
Okay.
And maybe that's why I want to be a VTuber parent so bad. Is I have a urge to be a parental unit. I have deep maternal / paternal instincts depending on the day and the time of year. Okay. Yeah, I think we did it. I think okay. So now you have to ask my last two. Are you gonna post this on Twitter? Yeah, probably. I mean, of course. I gotta show it off. I gotta show off my art. Yeah, of course. The question is when, honestly. So we're wrapping up Passion Portraits in oh my god, half an hour 20 minutes early. Crazy. Surprised about that
I
one.
can't did this art and freaking that quick. What the heck?
3 hours, 28 minutes. Okay, so my 2 finisher questions that I ask every single Passion Portraits is number 1, what advice would you give to people who are struggling to find their passion?
Cast the wide net and do a lot of research. There's so many cool things that are out there for you to do that if you've not necessarily found what you're passionate about, don't be afraid to, bounce around and see what sticks with you because there's just so much out there, right? And it's important for everyone to find, what clicks for them and what fulfills them and gives them purpose. And you gotta go out there. You gotta make the leap. You gotta see what sticks. Exactly.
That's like me with my illustration and character design and VTuber making and 3D modeling and blah 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 blah. It's like I want to do as many things. And the unfortunate part on my end is that I'm passionate about all these different things, so I want to keep doing all these different things, but time and energy and all that stuff, blah 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 blah.
You're the opposite problem.
Yeah, I have too many passions. I need to narrow or not narrow. I need more time. I need a time machine. Kuma, can you get on that, please? Thank you. I need to be able to do I want to be able to do all my stuff, which is why I chose VTubing. Is because I can voice act. I can yes, boss. I can voice act. I can sing. I can draw. I can animate. I can learn how to compose music. I can 3D model. I can do all the stuff that I want to do through VTubing, which is why I love it so much. But yeah, casting a wide net and doing all the different things I think is important for everybody. Just to figure out what you want to do. It's what I did. It's how I fell in love with VTubing. And yeah, that's really smart advice. Okay. Finally, my last question. I asked the question because I love it so much. What do you want to be when you grow up? / what is the goal that you're striving for the most?
The electronic stuff in VTubing I've gotten a taste of what my capabilities are, and honestly, I would love to do it in a full time or capacity where I could be a boy wife to my partner and then do electronics on the side. So I've still am developing skills and working to that. And there have been a lot of obstacles, but I want to push and try as hard as I can and do what I can to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Because it's some of the best work I've done and the best I've felt, and it would be really cool to have that flexibility of running a small business and working for myself.
I think that's such a good goal to have.
Yeah, it's cool, and I've got like I said, I got a taste of I could make it work.
Yeah,
if I tried hard enough, that if I could accomplish what I've done with the time and resources I've had while working full time. it was
Imagine,
a
yeah.
dream, and it feels more attainable, but there are
Yeah.
obstacles, so we'll work on
Imagine
it.
what you could do with more time, right? That's
Exactly.
so
Oh my
cool.
gosh.
I'm
My
so excited
power,
to
how
see.
powerful I'd be.
I'm so excited to see what you have in store in your future too. It's so fun to watch you like work on stuff. It's
You as
amazing.
well. I'm excited to see what you cook up.
I'm so excited for all my different stuff. I have a
Yeah.
bunch of projects coming out. I am going to be releasing the casting call for My Immortal Animated. It's a scheduled post. It's gonna happen soon. So that's exciting. But uh, until then, I am just working on, you know, working on my 3D modeling, doing all my courses and stuff. I think, yeah. I wanna be a VTuber when I grow up. I wanna do this full time. I want this to be my life because I love it so much. I've already met
Let's turn to my
so
guinea
many
pig.
cool, amazing people, and I want to meet more, and I wanna like just spread the love. Yeah.
Want you to be my guinea pig for stuff.
Yes, please. I will gladly test for you. I would gladly test for you.
Yes, I'll trade art for
Rubbing my hands
for
together evilly right now.
electronics. And you will be able to rub your hands when I
Yeah!
get finger tracking all working.
Oh, so exciting! Okay.
Woo!
Yeah, that's the end of Passion Portraits. I can't believe that we did it.
All recorded.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna add a stream marker so I know that it's this is when it's done basically. Um and yeah. So oh wait, I can post this to Twitter. I literally already forgot about it. My memory is really bad. We don't have to talk about it. We all know it's a thing. And just in case my father is in the audience, no, Dad, I don't have to be worried about the medical behind why my brain doesn't work. uh, yeah, I'm so excited to see everything that you do. And I'm so excited for this video. I'm so excited to like have something to show people. Be like, hey, go on my project and it like do this thing with me that's like cool and that I like so much. Yeah, I'm still
Yeah,
surprised.
passions.
I'm still surprised
Portraits.
I did this in 3 hours, 30 minutes.
Yeah, because this is like, I guess the scope of it is a little like it's bust up instead of a kind of a half body,
Hmm.
but the fact that you did it in half the time as the other piece,
Yeah,
the rendering and like proportions is better and
I managed to get the
more
sketch done in
contrasty.
6 to 10 minutes.
What the heck? You
Yeah.
cracked out of your mind. I couldn't fathom.
That's a secret. I gotta tempt people with good art, and then they'll want to hang out with me. The faster I get, the more people I can have on my show.
Exactly. And that kind of reminds me.
Mm,
So I feel like a lot of times I am in my head about, oh, I need to like provide value to people, right? In a
mm,
way for me to feel like I'm worth something.
mm,
That it's not just like, and I guess in a way it kind of parallels. Oh, if I like draw art of them, right,
mm,
and if I do commission work for them, it like in a way makes you like worthy of their attention. Let
mm.
me assure you, you're great. You're wonderful to talk to, and
Oh
you don't have to feel like you have to provide like art or anything like as far as like material to have value and be worthy
oh,
of
thank
people's
you.
attention and friendships.
Thank you. That actually like means so much to me. I like I said, I'm like fairly self-conscious and in my brain, like the main reason that people want to be friends with me is for art and like the stuff that I make. So like hearing that reassurance means so much to me. You have no idea. It's very sweet of you. Thank you, Ace. Um yeah. It's I'm happy about. Oh,
Yeah,
I
what sort of commands we got?
I don't think I have that many. I don't have that many commands set up.
I see a
Um
8 ball.
yeah. I don't know what's working, what's not working. If you press the commission me uh panel in my in my bio, whatever it's called. I'm not a Twitch person. I just am here to hang out.
Yeah, the
But
panels. So
yeah,
the
the
bio's like
panels.
the about, and then there's the
If you
panels.
look at my about and look at my panels, which I am so proud of, I love those panels so much. Yeah, you can see I don't have my commissions open currently, but I will soon. I'm excited to do panels for other people because people really like my panels. I think my first real post of anything that I made myself doing good was my about me panel, which people like loved. It has like 14,000 views, which is like crazy incredible. I'm just like blown away by how many people saw my artwork. It's kind of scary to think that like that many people know I exist, you know, like other
It can be spooky. It's like I just passed like 50 follows on Twitch,
yeah.
and I still remember when I was like sub 100 and being like, haha, when I hit 200 followers, I'll dress up in a skirt. And it happened like way quicker than I thought it would.
Yeah. I have 300 followers on Twitch, and I've been streaming for 4 months. That's like
So like almost, yeah. Like,
that's crazy. I don't know how that many people know who I am. What do you mean I have 1.7k followers on Twitter? How do that many people
crazy,
know
but
me?
makes sense.
Huh? What do you mean it makes sense? What do you mean that makes sense?
Because you make freaking great art. You make great art. And you're like consistent with posting, and you post good stuff, and you're involved in like the art. Yeah, what do you mean? It makes sense like that you would be growing that fast. In fact, it should be higher. Honestly, you know what? It doesn't make sense. It should be higher.
What? No! Stop! No!
Yeah, you know what? No, I take it back.
What the fuck? No! No, I don't believe. I do believe you. I don't agree. I do not agree. You are entitled to your own opinion, and I am entitled to mine. That I don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the thing. I was talking about this earlier. So many people are like, "Yeah, you're the greatest," and I'm like, "Huh? What do you mean by that? What do you mean I have to succeed now? Cause you faith in me? What? Huh? What do you mean by that?"
Yes, we put our faith in you. Do not fail us.
You know how much pressure that is to have somebody that you have to have a friend be like, "Do not fail me.
Do not fail us. Do not disappoint."
That's so scary.
That's a lot, but I think your success will come naturally. That you've been growing at a pretty good rate. Say since January. Consider that your formal debut was mid-February.
Yeah, That's the thing. I don't care how many people see me. I just want to make cool stuff, and if people like it, that's awesome. Like, that's so cool that people like look at the stuff that I make and they're like, "Hey, that's cool. I like it. I'm gonna look at more of the things that you make." And it's just like, what do you mean you like the stuff that I make? That's crazy. I don't know. It's just like
stuff. And you're authentic, right? We went over it earlier. There are people who are content brained, where everything they say is for the bit, and I'm like, this is.
okay.
It's very cringe to me because it feels somewhat inauthentic that you're just trying to say things to be funny and like not because you believe in it or.
But I do the bit authentically. That's the I do secret. You gotta do things for the bit, but the bit has to be based on who you are as a person.
Exactly.
The bit has to be you. Turn yourself into the bit.
You're like, I want to stutter, so I'm gonna actually develop a stutter. Not even as a joke. It's gonna happen for real. What? That's a crazy thing to do. Why'd you do that?
Yeah, it was not on purpose. I thought it would be funny to stutter, and now I have a genuine problem. And I'm not going to stutter anymore because I'm fixed. I've been cured. Look at me now.
Yes.
I'm so much better.
The new and improved.
New and improved Aiju. No smooth brain, very much strong brain.
I cannot relate.
No, Ace is interviewing me. Yeah. I don't know. Do you
It's
have
a
any
talk
questions?
show, right?
Yeah,
It's like it's back and forth.
yeah. I don't know. Is there anything you want to know about me?
Hmm.
I feel like, oh my god, I feel like I've been doing all the heavy lifting in our relationship. I've been asking all the questions.
Yeah, I'll make my own like show, podcast, interview, talk show thing.
Yeah,
I'll
when
bring
are you
on,
doing your own?
and then I
When are you doing
can-
your own pod show? Pod show.
Pod show is like a
Anyway,
fun way
thank
to
you
put
guys
it.
so much for thank you so much for hanging out.
Wow.